Good morning to one and all. A warm welcome to all of you. We have come to the last day of Tanpsycon-2022. We begin here with our presidential installation. May I now take the privilege to call upon our past president, Tamil Nadu IPS, Dr. Sabitha ma'am, over to the dais. I am delighted to call upon President Tamil Nadu IPS, Dr. Malayappan sir, over to the dais. I now request Professor Dr. Sabitha ma'am to introduce our president.
Good morning, everyone. I think this is the 37th annual conference of the Tanpsycon, and the president, Dr. Malayappan. So I take privilege in introducing him. He graduated MBBS from Tirunelveli Medical College in 1991, MD Psychiatry from IMH Madras Medical College in 1997. Presently, he is the Professor of Psychiatry, Kidpak Medical College, Kidpak, Chennai, and he has served as teacher in various places, such as in Raja Muttaya Medical College, IMH, Assistant Professor, then Senior Assistant Professor in IMH, Associate Professor at Madras Medical College, and then he served in Vellore Medical College as Associate Professor, and he has got 24 years of teaching experience in psychiatry, involved in teaching medical students, nursing students, postgraduate students in psychiatry, examiner in psychiatry for the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Kerala University of Health Sciences and other private universities, presented guest lectures in state, zonal and published papers. Presently he is the Chief Executive Officer in charge of the State Mental Health Authority. I think he is well known to all the secretaries as well as to our health minister. I think he is one of the favorite ones, and now he is the president of the TNIPS Tamil Nadu chapter. I give over the mic to him to deliver his presidential address. You'll have to honor him before that. I think.
I now call upon Professor Dr. Sabitha ma'am, Dr. Siva Ilango, Secretary, Dr. Sivasailam, Treasurer, Dr. Arun, Past Treasurer, and Dr. Sabrin Ross to honor our President.
His presidential address will be on the role of psychiatrist.
Respected chairperson, respected teachers, my dignified colleagues, friends, I sincerely thank every member of the Tamil Nadu chapter of Indian Psychiatric Society for giving me this opportunity to deliver the presidential address in this August hall in this conference. I especially thank Dr. Sabitha, who is a former president of Tamil Nadu chapter, for motivating me to take up this, to apply for this president post in the Tamil Nadu chapter. I thank every one of you and start my address. I'll be talking on the various roles of psychiatrists for the next 40 minutes. Psychiatrists diagnose, treat, and prevent mental, emotional, and behavioral disorders with the use of medication, neuromodulation, and psychotherapy. Psychiatrists in their formative years are trained in understanding symptoms and signs in psychiatry, classification in psychiatry, making diagnosis and differential diagnosis, the boundaries between normality and abnormality, and various treatment methods. So, this diagnostic and therapeutic role can be considered as the primary and core role of a psychiatrist. In addition to this primary role, many roles are needed for an individual psychiatrist and for a group of psychiatrists to have a successful career and a meaningful life. This world is not kind to the mentally ill people and their doctors. Stigma, discrimination, and exclusion is the norm. In such an unkind world, psychiatrists should have more roles and responsibilities to swim against the tide, to create an identity, to design policies, to make plans, to demand funds, to execute projects, to innovate, to popularize the specialty, to insist on the indispensability, to serve the population of the mentally ill people, and to claim the due recognition from the world. Psychiatrists in the formation of professional identity internalize the characteristics, values, and norms of the profession, resulting in an individual thinking, acting, and feeling like a psychiatrist. In the process of improving clinical skills, there is integration, organization, and interpretation of information gathered as a part of medical problem solving. Apart from that, there is a hidden curriculum about a set of implicit messages about values, norms, and attitudes that learners infer from the behavior of individual role models and group dynamics, processes, and structures. Psychiatrist as a teacher, as a researcher, as a psychotherapist, psychiatrist as a writer, as an orator, psychiatrist as an administrator, as a policy maker, as an organizer, as a social activist, as a lobbyist, as an NGO, as an entrepreneur, are all various adjuvant roles a psychiatrist must perform in this competitive world to uplift the profession and the patients. We, as a group of psychiatrists, have many stalwarts who have excelled in those roles in the past and are shining in the present. I have a strong belief and hope that we will have many such legends in the future also. The aim of this presentation is to highlight the importance of various expected roles and attract many more dynamic psychiatrists to take up various roles and raise the flag of psychiatry higher and higher for the betterment of the profession. Psychiatrist as a psychotherapist. The swing of the pendulum in the direction of biological psychiatry has led to a marginalization of psychotherapy within the discipline of psychiatry. However, psychotherapy continues to be a basic science of psychiatry with application in all clinical settings. It must be regarded as a treatment that works by changing the brain and is therefore just as important as pharmacotherapy in terms of overall treatment planning. The combined treatment of medication and psychotherapy has become the most common mode of psychiatric treatment in practice. A psychiatrist prescribing medications and non-psychiatrist mental health professional conducting the psychotherapy reinforces a Cartesian dualism where mind and brain are artificially separated from one another. Despite enormous scientific advances over the course of the past century, many psychiatrists continue to operate with a split Cartesian picture of mind versus brain and entrenched ideological positions ranging from biological chemical imbalance to rigidly followed manualized psychotherapy approaches. Such biomedical reductionism and psychological reductionism may result in fractured clinical care. Psychiatrists occupy a unique position among mental health professionals in that they alone can conduct both treatments and carefully titrate their integration. Psychiatrists can expertly assess when medication is not needed, as a surgeon can evaluate when not to operate. By preserving psychotherapy as an integral part of psychiatry, we go against the prevailing currents of reductionism and maintain a therapeutic strategy that reflects the biopsychosocial model of George Engel or the pluralistic model of Karl Jasper. Psychotherapy conducted by psychiatrists is distinguished from psychotherapy conducted by other practitioners in that it centers on a holistic approach to mental disorder based on general medical training, specialist psychiatry training, psychological insights, and clinical experience, as well as the social, cultural, and interpersonal dimensions of mental disorder. Having both medical and psychiatric training provides a breadth of exposure to severe, complex, and comorbid conditions. The therapeutic alliance is a fundamental concept applicable to all forms of treatment. It grew out of psychotherapy research and the clinical practice of psychotherapy. It is variously defined as a patient feeling of being helped by the therapist, the patient's capacity to trust the therapist, and the active collaboration between therapist and the patient in pursuit of common therapeutic goals. Research consistently demonstrates that the therapeutic alliance is a critical ingredient in the outcome of any type of treatment. Such psychotherapeutic principles are applied in all settings where psychiatric treatment is delivered. Beyond the realm of formal psychotherapy, the psychotherapeutic principles learned in balanced training programs serve the psychiatrist well in all forms of clinical practice. We need to teach the future generation of psychiatrists to understand the person in the patient's chair rather than to turn into a glorified pharmaceutical or manual driven technicians who predominantly dispense generic diagnostic labels and statistically validated treatments for them. William Osler's timeless statement that it is much more important to know what sort of a person has a disease than what sort of a disease a person has holds particularly true for psychiatry. Psychotherapy may be imperiled within the field of psychiatry, particularly because many other mental health professionals are attempting to appropriate it as their own. It is so essential for the psychiatrist not to give up the role of a psychotherapist. Psychiatrist as a teacher. Students' experience of psychiatry at medical colleges will influence not only their choice of career, but also their lifelong attitudes towards people with mental health problems, whatever their specialty. So, as a psychiatrist, our responsibility for teaching psychiatry to undergraduate students is great. The task before us is to impart knowledge and arouse interest as well as to remove the stigma against psychiatry and psychiatrists. A comprehensive yet brief course curriculum, enthusiastic faculty, and implementation of quality evaluations could all improve undergraduate student engagement and promote psychiatry as a specialty of choice to them. The brightest and the best minds must join the field to fight against mental illness. In the medical profession, teaching is traditionally a part of clinical or scientific expertise. It is a duty of doctors to teach their colleagues and students. The Hippocratic Oath states in part that the duties of a doctor are to teach them this art if they want to learn it. Sharing expertise is regarded as a rewarding and enjoyable aspect of medicine. Most of us have evolved into the psychiatrist we are today thanks to those who have taught and inspired us. Should we not in turn also seek to inspire and teach others? All doctors are obligated to teach, yet there are no mandatory teacher education programs and doctors have traditionally not received any formal training or teaching qualifications. Although subject expertise is important, it cannot be presumed that because a doctor knows a lot about their subject, this will enable them to teach it effectively either formally or informally. The knowledge and skills to teach must be acquired, especially how to teach, how to motivate, how to assess, how to get feedback, how to improve, how to avoid humiliation and sarcasm while teaching. For a formal teaching post, Only the number of years of teaching experience and the number of publications is considered as essential. It is presumed that every doctor has a competence and aptitude to teach effectively. However, psychiatrists should be inclined to master the art of teaching and fulfill the important role of a teacher. Junior doctors learn while caring for patients. Mistakes may occur and clinical decisions could sometimes be better. As teachers, psychiatrists need to anticipate mistakes, minimize them, and when they occur, ensure that a supportive environment allows junior doctors to reflect on their practice and learn from it, rather than feel blamed. It is not just the learner who benefits through teaching. Psychiatrists can be encouraged to reflect and learn from their teaching experience and current practice, promoting continuing professional development. The competency-based learning is impossible to achieve through traditional book learning alone, but can be facilitated through the immersive and authentic learning experience that come with workplace learning. The psychiatrist continues to have a vital role as a teacher to those wishing to learn the art of medicine. We must recognize and embrace the role in day-to-day practice. We are blessed with learners who are motivated and keen to learn. By facilitating interactions with patients and providing learning opportunities, we can create a supportive learning environment that will allow our learners to reap the benefits of workplace-based learning. Psychiatrist as a researcher. Research in psychiatry can be divided into two domains: neuroscience research and clinical research. Neuroscience research is a career by itself and needs huge money and manpower investments. A split between clinical practice and scientific research is not beneficial to the field of psychiatry. Psychiatrists inclined and trained in research skills, in addition to their core skills as clinicians, will be more useful to the field of psychiatry, and that will be more fulfilling to the psychiatrist. A clinician generating a research question will be more useful to the patients than a scientist generating a research question, especially in incorporating regional and culture-related problems. Assessment and treatment should be guided by research evidence rather than exclusively on tradition or anecdotal evidence. Research and appropriate research training is very much necessary to help determine this evidence. Clinical research in psychiatry can be pursued by clinicians without huge investments. It is quite well understood that many who practice psychiatry intend to be clinicians and not researchers. This does not mean that someone who intends to be a clinician should completely ignore research. An understanding of research can allow one to be an educated consumer of research results, and in due course of time can transform a clinician into a clinician cum researcher. Balancing the role of a clinician and a clinical researcher requires an inner drive from the psychiatrist. There are very few paid research psychiatrist posts available in our country in psychiatry, and a psychiatrist requires very high self-motivation to pursue research. Recognition, rewards, and remuneration for research is far from adequate. Despite all shortcomings, psychiatrists can raise worthwhile research questions, design feasible methodologies, generate and test hypotheses, contribute to the development of science, and hence improve patient care. The progress in the care of psychiatric disorders can be attributed to such worldwide research contributions. Scientific contributions to psychiatry cannot be the same throughout the world, since different countries have different healthcare systems, scientific programs, and financial support. A grant is not necessarily needed to conduct research. There are many topics that can be done without any funding. Similarly, it is not always necessary to spend a lot of time devoted to research. It is possible to allocate some time to spend, even if it is small amount of time each week, collecting data for research projects. Some may decide that personally conducting one's own research is too much of the time commitment. Then it may be worth collaborating with colleagues or those working at a local teaching hospital. If they need access to certain types of patients that are being treated in one's practice for their research. This can range from more labor-intensive work such as conducting interviews or screenings to the less intensive work of administering surveys in the waiting rooms. This approach can help contribute to the scientific evidence in the psychiatry literature can provide satisfaction seeing an article written about one's research and being published, or being a co-presenter at a conference or co-author for a published article, and by thinking like a researcher, one's clinical skills become sharper by evaluating topics in detail with an analytical research approach. Academic departments are the prime centers for psychiatric research. Besides providing the clinical resources, these departments have an institutional commitment and skilled faculty to conduct the research effort. They are ideally suited to offer the necessary training to turn clinicians into clinical researchers. An important process in scientific research is publication of research studies and publications which are important for the advancement of psychiatry. Research plays a vital role in understanding the causes of mental illness, the development of treatments and preventive strategies, and the promotion of mental health. Research also provides information about how to effectively organize and structure the delivery of services for mental disorders, including substance abuse. Research informs public and private sector policies that affect persons with mental disorders and their families, as well as mental health care providers. Psychiatrist as an administrator. Psychiatrists should also play the role of health administrators. It is preferred that the psychiatrist is educated, trained in healthcare policy, administration, finance, and organizational behavior. Psychiatrists should augment the quality of services and speak up when things are wrong, so that patient care can be improved. The perception that administrative jobs are more stressful and less rewarding than full-time clinical work is more fiction than facts. Greater administrative responsibilities correlate with higher job satisfaction. The notion that psychiatrists should stick to seeing patients persists in some quarters and is as wrong today as it was in the past. Psychiatrists bring unique skills to the administrator's role. They possess a greater understanding of mental illness, and their proximity to patients allows them to develop a greater empathy for the challenges patients face on a day-to-day basis. Psychiatric training, moreover, provides them with a better sense of group dynamics and personal motivations that affect how staff function within agencies and organizations. Psychiatry is a constantly evolving field, and there are frequent updates in clinical care procedures. It is the responsibility of the hospital administrators to stay abreast of these changes and adjust policies as necessary. An administrator should coordinate with employees and consumers, policy compliance, human resources, finances, work processes, strategy, and data management are some of the operations a hospital administrator oversees. Communication skills are also essential, as hospital administrators must be able to convey ideas clearly to keep a hospital running smoothly. Psychiatry cannot survive and innovate without committed and compassionate psychiatrists who should take control of healthcare practice as administrators. The psychiatrist, in addition to looking after his patients, should take keen interest and learn about health policies, management, procurement and purchase of medicines and accounting procedures. She should step out of the comfort zone of their department and actively involve herself in the administration. Politicians aren't necessarily healthcare experts, but hospital administrators with training in healthcare policy are. Hospital administrators are responsible for maintaining compliance to regulations within their facility, and policy-oriented hospital administrators can lobby to influence governmental policy. By educating communities, organizations, and lawmakers, they can use their subject matter expertise and hands-on experience to change the landscape of healthcare from the top down. Psychiatrists have responsibility for the safety and well-being of patients when they perform administrative duties. Psychiatrist as an entrepreneur. The art and practice of medicine is a profession. Establishing and running a successful hospital is a business, and even called the healthcare industry. There is a steady commercialization and corporatization of healthcare industry, and this change is outside the purview of doctors. A medical professional in addition to having clinical skills, is also expected to have entrepreneurial skills without compromising on professional ethics. Psychiatrists are expected to create and run mental health establishments effectively for the better care of the mentally ill people. There is mushrooming of mental health establishments created and run by non-doctors, and psychiatrists are becoming employees in such establishments, and gradually their professional commitments are getting diluted. In the past, the doctors were responsible for both business and practice of medicine. In this competitive world, to maintain the dignity and value of the profession, one must be a good entrepreneur apart from being an ethical clinician. These two roles need not be conflicting with each other, but can be complementary, with each role facilitating the other. Society benefits significantly from entrepreneurship because entrepreneurs create wealth and employment. Medical practice revolves around two important concepts: reducing the likelihood of errors and achieving the highest probable benefits. These two concepts, given the right context, also translate well in the world of business and finance. Good doctors also make excellent entrepreneurs. The demanding regimen of learning and practice that characterizes medical training creates a particular type of individual who is ideally suited to succeed in the uncompromising world of business and entrepreneurship. The business of medical ethics are autonomy, beneficence, and non-maleficence, justice. By applying these four principles, doctors assure that all interactions with patients are fair, just, beneficial, and free of coercion, and that they do not cause needless harm. Doctors who practice ethically are the best in the field. An excellent entrepreneur must approach business from an ethical standpoint using the same four principles that doctors use to consider the consequences of the decisions on all the parties involved: themselves, their employees, customers, suppliers, the local community, and the society. There is a market need for diverse mental health services like acute care facilities, rehabilitation center, daycare facility, halfway homes, de-addiction facilities, acute and long-term, supported and sheltered accommodation, in which there is a dearth of quality facilities. Psychiatrists should become successful entrepreneurs. Psychiatrists in media. Psychiatrists are most accustomed to helping people one at a time and not generally trying to provide mental health related information to the public unless they are specifically involved in policy, media, or public health initiatives. Being interviewed by the media, however, is one way of leveraging our societal credibility to benefit the mental health of many individuals at the same time. Journalists, like the public at large, may have misperceptions about mental health and illness, and this may be evident in their questions. We have an opportunity through our interactions to educate them about topics including normal and abnormal behavior, problematic behaviors and their consequences, developmental deviations and psychiatric disorders, and we can provide the media with sound evidence-based resources and help train the media to ask informed questions. Further, as an educator to the public through the media, psychiatrists may play a major role in the destigmatization of mental illness. Psychiatrists talk every day with people, of course, but talking to the media is not the same as talking to patients and families. Patients frequently come to psychiatrists in emotional distress and seek information to allay their anxieties. Reporters, however, come to psychiatrists seeking an emotional angle with which to color their stories to interest their readers. This difference should be in the mind of the psychiatrist while talking to the media. Media representations of mental illness can have a significant effect on public opinion about persons with mental illness. Numerous studies have demonstrated that negative reports in the press have contributed to the formation of negative public attitudes towards the mentally ill. The media is fond of creating a link between mental ill health, criminality, and violence. Such stories were often given more exposure than positive articles. The work that journalists do is based on the premise that sensation sells. It is therefore not surprising that negative representations can be found more in the press. The impact of sensational reporting of suicide and the subsequent increase in suicide rates was well documented in many studies. There have been numerous studies which have confirmed the association between reporting of individual suicides in the news media and an increase in suicide rates. The Press Council of India has adopted guidelines on reporting on suicides based on the WHO guidelines. It states that newspaper and news agencies, while reporting the cases of suicide, must not place stories about suicide prominently and unduly repeat such stories. Must not use language which sensationalizes or normalizes suicide or presents it as a constructive solution to problems. Must not explicitly describe the method used. Must not provide details about the site, location. Must not use sensational headlines. Must not use photographs, video footage, or social media links. Overcoming challenges in implementing the Press Council's guidelines require active collaboration between media personnel and psychiatrists. Further, a monitoring mechanism must be established to ensure that guidelines are followed. Newspaper, radio, television, films, internet, and social media articles have a significant role in shaping public opinion and behavior. The image of the dangerously mentally ill has been propagated by the press together with the popularity of visual media and films. There is evidence that such inappropriate representations about mental illness in the media increases the stigma, ostracism, harassment, and victimization of individuals with mental health problems by the public. Media not only portrays mental illness negatively, but also portrays a treatment for mental illness and the treatment provider negatively. Mass media sensationalizing the news reinforces the public's prejudiced view about the mentally ill people. Accurate reports of incidents involving users of mental health services should be published without kindling the emotions. In this background, the psychiatrists have both proactive and reactive roles to play in guiding the media while making news reports and creating fictions about mental illness. The message, the schema to reach the public should be mental health problems are treatable and that people with mental illness lead worthwhile lives. Psychiatrists should make efforts for a more balanced, fair, and accurate coverage. We must be able to change the public perception and attitude by providing positive coverage, by promoting positive coverage, and keep protesting when it stigmatizes or when there is misinformation. Invitation should be offered to members of the local and national press to attend seminars, conferences, presentation of research findings, and the public awareness programs. Local and national radio and television that features news, current affairs, and human interest stories could be contacted by psychiatrists and made aware of relevant research findings and outcome of reports. Local and national television shows that future political and policy debate programs could be contacted by psychiatrists who would be willing to contribute to such debates. Psychiatrists could consider forming networks and working relationship with local and national reporters and media groups. Psychiatrists should become popular writers, speakers, debaters, and campaigners to promote mental health and to destigmatize mental illness. Whenever there is misinformation, psychiatrists should write to local and national newspapers, television, and radio stations, educating them about any misrepresentations by providing current scientific thinking and research findings. This should be an ongoing process. By influencing the media with correct information, psychiatrists will be playing both proactive and reactive roles in shaping public perception, attitude, and behavior about psychiatric illness. Psychiatrist as a lobbyist. Lobbying means influencing or attempting to influence legislative action or non-action through oral or written communication or an attempt to obtain the goodwill of a member or employee of the legislature. Lobbying is meeting the members of parliament, members of the legislative assembly, bureaucrats, and pleading for changes in the law, rules, regulations, policies, planning, funding, projects and services in relation to mental health, explaining to them about the needs of psychiatry, speaking with relevant data and scientific evidence, and tactical garnering of support to bring in the necessary changes. Lobbying has become a necessity of the day, and if done adequately and pragmatically, will have a tremendous impact in the practice of psychiatry. It may be true that the lawmakers, bureaucrats may not be favorable in the beginning, which could be due to prevailing misinformation and prejudices. But persistent efforts through information and education campaigns, lobbying can bring in the required changes. It is essential that psychiatrists should lend their voices and tell stories from their experience in the interest of protecting their patients. That's a currency that will help us effect real change. Psychiatrists should get involved in the legislative process. Role of psychiatrists as an NGO. The UN Department of Public Information defines the non-governmental organizations NGO as a not-for-profit voluntary citizens group that is organized on a local, national or international level to address issues in support of the public good. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, are institutions recognized by government as non-profit or welfare-oriented, which plays a key role as advocates, service providers, activists, and researchers on a range of issues pertaining to human and social development. Usually, NGOs are registered under Indian Societies Act or Indian Trust Act. India has nearly 3.4 million NGOs working in various fields ranging from disaster relief to advocacy for marginalized and disadvantaged communities. NGOs are generally defined as non-profit entities independent of governmental influence, although they may receive government funding. NGOs, being a non-profit organization, receive funds from the public, major national and international donor agencies, and CSR funds. Some of the NGOs in various fields have now become large institutions providing primary care services and strengthening community action for change. The activities of now internationally acclaimed NGOs such as Self-Employed Women's Association Seva, the Karuna Trust, and the Aravind Eye Care Group have become models for wider adoption by the government in its own program development. NGOs have played a significant role in the last few decades in providing mental health services, including treatment, rehabilitation, community care, research, training and capacity building, awareness and lobbying. In providing mental health services, government or public services play the main role and the private sector plays an important role. But there are gaps between the need and the availability of mental health services, which is to an extent is fulfilled by the NGOs. Some of the pioneer mental health non-governmental organizations, MH NGOs, like Schizophrenia Research Foundation, SCARF in Chennai, Manas in West Bengal, the Medico-Pastoral Association, MPA in Bangalore, MS Chellamuthu Trust in Madurai, Shraddha in Mumbai, were started by psychiatrists. These mental health NGOs were started to fulfill the need for a broader, holistic approach to the management of severe mental disorders. Activities ranging from family counseling to vocational rehabilitation to reunion with family, which were rarely provided in psychiatric outpatient clinics and acute care hospitals, are provided in these mental health NGOs. Similar NGOs are functioning in other areas like alcohol and drug dependence and suicide prevention, and is a healthy trend facilitating the view of mental health as an integral component of public health. The close collaboration between academics, clinicians, social workers, rehabilitation workers, remedial teachers, clinical and educational psychologists is a salient feature which marks the mental health NGOs. By taking up the process of promoting attitudinal changes in the community and amongst policy makers, Mental health NGOs also play a key role in advocacy for changes which can benefit all persons with mental illness. Mental Health Care Act 2017 and its rules have given significant importance to mental health NGOs. Mental health NGOs, they can temporarily discharge duties of nominated representatives. Mental health NGOs are members of Central Mental Health Authority, State Mental Health Authority, Mental Health Review Boards, Audit Team, and Inspection and Inquiry Team of mental health establishments. Mental health NGOs can make applications on behalf of the patients to the boards. The mental health NGOs can reinforce and augment the available public infrastructure by a public-private partnership PPP model, which provides an efficient and economical integration for service provision, thus sharing the responsibility with the government. Somehow, the present Mental Health Care Act and rules and the trend in public policy making gives more importance to mental health NGOs and more responsibilities to psychiatrists. Now, this is manifested in the increasing importance accorded to mental health NGOs, and in the future, the role of mental health NGOs is likely to become more pronounced in mental health care. So, in this changed scenario, psychiatrists should take up more role in creating and running NGOs, especially in long-term care, vocational rehabilitation, outreach activities, care of the homeless wandering mentally ill persons, de-addiction, and suicide prevention. The activities of mental health NGOs are driven not by profit, but by the desire to achieve a basic quality of care for all clients, irrespective of their ability to pay. There should be transparency in the administration of NGOs. To conclude, psychiatrists are meticulously trained in clinical psychiatry to perform the traditional role of a doctor, to diagnose and treat mental illness. That role makes a person into a psychiatrist. The clinician's role is so essential for the identity of a psychiatrist. In addition to the clinician's role, many adjuvant roles are needed to make one's professional life more successful and meaningful. The roles such as a psychotherapist, a teacher, a researcher, an administrator, an entrepreneur, a media person, a lobbyist, and an NGO person are essential to survive and excel in this competitive world. It may not be feasible for a single psychiatrist to master all such roles, but it is highly desirable to perform many such roles to the best of one's capabilities. Such roles must be seamlessly integrated into one's personality without much conflicts between the roles. The role of an entrepreneur need not be considered as opposite to the role of an NGO. One person can function as a service provider in a for-profit organization and in a not-for-profit organization. The pursuit of self-goals and altruism can be complementary with each other. As a psychiatric community, as a group of psychiatrists, there should not be a dearth of persons who are shining in each role. There should be an understanding and harmony among psychiatrists performing the different roles with the goal of improving the profession, its practitioners, and the patients. Long live the Tamil Nadu chapter of Indian Psychiatric Society. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Dr. Preeti, Joint Secretary IPS TN, to honor our past President IPS TN, Dr. Sabita ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we move on to the next session, Atma Young Psychiatrist Award. I now call upon the Awards Committee Chairperson, Professor Dr. Savita Madam and Dr. K. Ramakrishnan Sir to chair the session. I request Dr. Ramakrishnan Sir to detail about the award.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I thank the Tanpsycon Organizing Committee for giving us this opportunity. This Atma Young Psychiatrist Award was intended to recognize academic, social, and community activities of psychiatrists below the age of 45. It is instituted with the principle that when people are recognized at a younger age, they tend to get motivated and do much better service. With this intention, Atma Young Psychiatrist Award was instituted 2 years before. Last year was the first recipient was Dr. Vikas Menon, and this year Dr. Siva Ilago is chosen as the young psychiatrist. We appreciate his activities in psychiatry as a whole and for geriatric care, and he is taking experience from UK to India. All these things will be an eye-opener for young psychiatrists and senior psychiatrists also. With this introduction, I hand over the mic to the Awards Committee Chairperson, Dr. Savita Madam.
The award was instituted last year. I think the first recipient, as he told, was Dr. Vikas Menon. And this time we had 3 entries for the award. All 3 youngsters, as he told, very good psychiatrists, entrepreneurs somewhere there, okay. And out of that, the Dr. Siva Ilango has been selected as the recipient of this award, okay. And we call upon him to the stage.
I call upon the office bearers to honor the.
Our president will honor Dr. Siva. Okay. Atma Young Psychiatrist Award, Tanpsycon-2022, proudly presented to Dr. T. Siva Ilango. Dr. T. Siva Ilango graduated medicine from Perundurai Medical College and Research in 2000 and completed Masters in Psychiatry from IMH Chennai. Further pursued psychiatric training in Northwest London and Manchester, obtaining MRCP and CCT in old age psychiatry between 2005 and 12. Worked as a consultant in old age psychiatry in Bury, Manchester, UK for a year. Currently serving as professor and HOD, Department of Psychiatry, Karpagavinagar Institute of Medical Science, Maduranthagam. Dr. Siva Ilango is a postgraduate teacher for the past 16 years. Currently, Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society, Tamil Nadu Chapter, and President of Chennai Psychiatric Society. Has published around 10 articles in industry journal and international journals. Wrote a chapter in book titled Depression, Let's Talk. Asked for PGs, Neurocognitive Disorders in Elderly. He is a peer reviewer for national journals in psychiatry. He presented in various forums such as national and state conferences, CME, focused on mental health problems in old age. An awardee of Professor Peter Fernandez Award for Practicing Psychiatrist in Tanpsycon-2020. Organizing mental health awareness programs, quiz, essays, skit, debate competitions for undergraduate students. Has worked as assistant professor under the able guidance of Professor Nambi, an eminent psychiatrist. His keen area of interest were mental health problems in older people, suicide prevention, and stigma of mental health. Dr. T. Siva Ilango richly deserves to receive the Young Psychiatrist Award. We wish him the very best in his life and to continue his service in psychiatry.
Over to you for the address.
Very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure, and I really thank the Almighty for taking me to the place where I am right now. And my sincere thanks to the Indian Psychiatric Society Tamil Nadu Chapter for nominating me and selecting me for this award. I'm a proud IMH alumni where I learned the ABC of psychiatry. and certainly the place where I am right now working have given me all the opportunities to do what I wanted to do in psychiatry. So thanks to all of these people and places. Before I go into the topic, let me put this disclaimer. So whatever I'm going to discuss in the next 40 minutes, all the information shared in this presentation is purely my own understanding and the thoughts. So the outline is going to be, it's going to be like what Dr. Malaipan sir has done in the presidential oration is like a history, and what followed by what I'm going to do now is more like a mental state examination. So the first few minutes, I'm going to do how I interacted into psychiatry, how I came into psychiatry, and what I learned, in the first 5 minutes. And then the next, I'm going to talk about mind as a noun, as an organ, as a structure, and what are the gaps in it right now. And the second 15 minutes about mind the gap. So we have, Dr. Malaipan sir has said, the different roles of psychiatrists, different services have been available right now in Tamil Nadu. But what are those gaps? And how we are going to address that gap? And I have my own vision of how mental health service should be in Tamil Nadu. Having worked in UK for 8 years, so I have some understanding about the developed country, how mental services have been organized, so how it is similar or different in our country. So just going into the first topic, myself and psychiatry. I'm not a psychiatrist that's been like, my parents were in psychiatry or my parents are doctors. It's not like being inherited as, coming into the profession that I chose this. Neither, or not like, somebody from my family had problems with mental health and I wanted to help them or cure them. So basically, I probably would call them myself as a sporadic psychiatrist. The very first thought of taking psychiatry came into this building, when I went for counseling. After securing the entrance marks, I had no choice, whether I should take general medicine or general surgery. But then, when my ranking came, at that time 177 the rank, one empty psychiatry seat was vacant. So I had no hesitation. I just took the thought, because only one criteria I had. I want to take an MD seat. I'm not going for diploma, because I can't go and study again for masters. So I came into psychiatry with that kind of background, but I never regretted after choosing it ever after. Some of you might know this place. So this is where I was posted. I was, I got the seat in the counseling. The 3 seats, one in 3 places where you can do master's training at the time. Madras Medical College, Stanley Medical College, first time they introduced the MD psychiatry training in the year 2001, and Madurai Medical College. I don't know, I thought at the time it was fortunate that I got a Madurai Medical College seat. So I went there and I joined, and I thoroughly enjoyed the stay in Madurai Medical College. Dr. Sabrin and Dr. Anand Krishna Kumar, they were my seniors there. Dr. Kumaran sir was my assistant. Govardhan sir and Samilala were the professors. So it was like kind of honeymoon period. Like after studying 1 year for PG entrance examination, we thought thoroughly enjoy this post-graduation. So 1 month I was just staying there, and then came all of a sudden from somewhere, a person, Dr. Ganesh, for some reason he took psychiatry in IMH, and he came and asked me mutual. I want to come for personal reasons, I want to come to Madurai. Will you please go there? And I thought for me, graduating from Perundurai Medical College as an undergraduate, I want to do a post-graduation in a higher center. I had a chance to do in Madurai, and then automatically everybody is lifting me to Chennai. So why not? I said immediately yes, and the next 1 month, I am in IMH. See, the first question when I came into Madurai, the question was, why did you choose psychiatry? So that was the question always been asked. I think even now people are asking the postgraduates, why did you choose psychiatry? Does anyone ask a person in general medicine, cardiology or gastro, why did you choose? But we choose. I don't know what it is. Is the stigma or is it Are we surprised ourselves that people coming into psychiatry? I don't know. But this has been asked. But very surprisingly, when I was going to Chennai, I met a person who asked, why did you get your name like Dr. Sivailangu? And I was saying, well, this is a different question that I'm being faced with. I've never been asked ever in my lifetime, like, in the first 18 years, nobody asked me, like, why this is your name. Then I came to know about this, the significance of my own name at the time. And I asked my father, and he said, like, well, you are named after a person, Mr. Sivailangu, who is a, leader for Tamil Nadu Government Officials Union. And he did a massive protest during the MGR period in 1978, where you were born. So and both my parents were government officials at the time. So that's why I got this name. And it's none other than Dr. Professor Nambi. So 3 years is gone quite quickly. And probably most of you are aware at the time, when you go into, it was a culture in IMH, in the MMC at the time. When you go into psychiatry in the first year, along with your first, year exams, you do IELTS. Along with the neurology in the second year, you do PLAB 1. Along with the third year, you complete and you take a, plane and go to UK. So that was a kind of, culture it was. And I was not immune. Probably that's why I put the picture. I don't know if you've been to, Sabarimala temple. You only know that you have stepped on the first step, and the next thing you know, you will be in the top. So you don't know what happens in between, that you will be, automatically lifted up. So that's how, for me, like, I don't know, like, it's like a 12B, film, like, what I would have been now if I was in Madurai itself, compared to how, after I left from Madurai to Chennai. So there is a, dramatic difference. But also at the time, people graduated from Madurai, if not 100%, at least 50% of them migrated to UK. If I remember Harish Rao and Rajaram and so on. After going into further training in UK, yes, I had that kind of a rough commitment saying that everybody asks you, why do you go to UK? Then I said, like, okay, well, it's for training. I know nobody believed it. Yeah, it's only for earning. And people were really commenting that nobody comes back. But for some reason, I had on my mind, like, I need to come back, and I never had any commitment. And after marriage and, as a family, I was there, and I had a rough idea that at the time, London Olympics 2012, so we finished that Olympic, we are going to watch the Olympic. I don't think I'm going to travel to any country to just watch the, the sporting event. So I thought, like, let me watch the Olympics, and then I'll make a decision to go back to UK. And actually, it materialized, and I watched Olympics, some of the games in UK. And in December, I came back to India. So this is all about me. These 3 questions. So why psychiatry? Why did you come to UK to do psychiatry? That was the question, the interview question they asked in the UK. That was I was told. So we were preparing, very, very stringently for that, to answer that question. But nobody asked in UK. Nobody asked, why did you come to UK? Because they all know that why we are all in UK. But the question, why did you come back to India? Even now the people are asking me. That's been, continuing for, I don't know how long this will continue. But the core topic that I have chosen is going to address that. That's what I want to do now. Okay. So mind the gap. So to start with, mind, you all know that, as an undergraduate level, as is a postgraduate level, also we say that mind is a software, it's the functional aspect of the brain, and so on. It's the, it's an abstract concept, and so on. But we really deal with that day in and day out. Psychiatry is the science of study of behavior. So yes, we deal with the mind, the functional aspect. And are we, the postgraduates are here mainly. I just want to generate the discussion. Have we conquered everything in understanding of the mind as a process? Do we know, of these 5 topics that I have put it here in terms of the nosology, neurobiology, psychopharmacology, biopsychosocial model, and phenomenology. So these some things that you want to really think about this. DSM and ICD-10, you're all familiar with that. So the ICD-10 was the first classificatory system, the scientific classificatory system that was published for a long time, but the mental and behavioral disorders were included in ICD-10 in the ICD-6 that was published in 1949. So that the first time the mental disorders came into the classificatory system. 3 years down the line, as always, that the divide between Americans and Europeans, then Americans thought like, no, let us come with our own classificatory system. That's how the DSM-1 came into existence in 1952. So ever since, there is a change every 10 years, and I don't have to say that now from ICD-10 to ICD-11, what dramatic changes have happened. The changes in the structure, the changes in the diagnostic classification per se, or even addition of new disorders, and the concept of categorical versus dimensional. So traditionally, the classificatory systems used categories to identify presence or absence of mental disorders. And that probably they utilize that concept to improve the reliability, to communicate effectively, and to advocate a lot of research into mental disorders. But again, there are a lot of concerns. Within categories, a lot of heterogeneity, and there are a lot of comorbidities. And what do you do with the subthreshold symptoms? So then people talked about dimensional approach. Incorporating dimensional approach will be the best way forward. So now even the ICD-11, the latest classificator systems, has started more or less try to align with the DSM-5 publication, try to be more dimensional in its approach along with categories. So this is where we are. So the nosology in terms of, for example, if you take post-traumatic stress disorder, now the ICD-11, requests all the three criteria has to be met. So the diagnostic threshold have raised. So the prevalence is going to be obviously gets decreased or lower in the future. So with the change in over the years, the new diagnostic disorders have come. And some of the disorders once classified in the mental health, like homosexuality, they've been taken off. So I want people to understand that this is an ongoing or evolving process, and I don't know whether we will ever come to the complete understanding of, so this behavior is only this problem, and there is no overlap with it. So this is in terms of the nosology. Coming on to the neurobiology, I'm sure a lot of people have listened to several lectures, read textbooks in terms of trying to understand what causes schizophrenia or any other mental disorder, for instance. But do we have an answer for now? So every textbook, if you say that, the first line will be the etiology for this particular diagnostic disorder is still unknown. So we are generating hypotheses. We are trying to understand. So right from 100 years ago, where people felt this mainly psychological and then social cause, now they talk more about molecular mechanisms, genetic mapping, like even though hundreds and thousands of genes, genetic loci have been incorporated in the etiology, but none of them has been concretely said that this is what causes schizophrenia. And bipolar disorder, depression, they are not exceptions. So depression, again, we are trying to understand from different perspectives. So we once thought as a neurochemistry, and then neuroendocrinology, and now we are talking about inflammatory processes that deal with depression. OCD, substance dependence, to some extent, people are understanding the circuits about the reward pathways. Dementia, certainly, I think a lot of you are aware, we still, in the searching for a clue about what causes Alzheimer's disease. People were once talking about dementia symptoms, then they were talking about prodromal, like multi-cognitive impairment. Now they are talking about preclinical Alzheimer's disease. We are into biomarkers, but still, the research is ongoing, but practically, we are still at a loss, like what causes dementia and so on. So the neurobiological perspectives, there is a lot of gaps. Psychopharmacology, well, whatever the medication, the classifications that we have, be it antipsychotics, antidepressants, or mood stabilizers, they are all accidental discovery. So ever since 1950, Paul Charpentier synthesized chlorpromazine as a histaminergic agent. Until now, we're talking about cariprazine or lurazidone or any molecule that we call novel drugs. We still have a group of patients that they don't respond to that particular medications. So how do we acknowledge that? So when do we have, rather than accidental discovery, so we have a etiological explanation and then finding a target molecule to address that etiological system. So that is again a big lack in terms of psychopharmacology. And to add to the verse, guidelines, I think a lot of you are aware of that. Once when the older molecules like typical antipsychotics were being widely used, it was in the guidelines, so use typical antipsychotics. In the 21st century, in the start of the 21st century, when all these atypical antipsychotics came into the market, then people were advocating the guideline says the drug of choice for schizophrenia, the first line is olanzapine or spiridone or any atypical antipsychotic. Now again, if you're going back to the system, after listening to all these Katie and Cutler studies, it could be either. So you can start any of the antipsychotics, provided you have an informed discussion with the patient and let them choose what they want. Whether they want to choose a metabolic syndrome side effect or a EPSC side effect. So you give it the choice to the patient. So that's where the psychopharmacology, and again, that's the gap that we have in psychopharmacology. Coming to the biopsychosocial model, we talk a lot about biopsychosocial model now, right? I just want to take you to the history. Before 1900s, when Philip Pinel unchained, all the mentally ill persons, there was a big social movement, because at the time the treatment was seclusion of patients with mental illnesses. So they were isolated from the rest of the community. So that society, the social treatment or social way approach was the first thing to be evolved for treatment of mental illness. And then came the later half of the 20th century, when Sigmund Freud and new Freudians, as you all know, they talked a lot about psychological perspectives. Then the second half of the 20th century is the advent of all the biological models. So social to psychological to biological. When the lot of drugs came into the market, when people were given those medications, when they started improving, they've been discharged from the asylums. But what happened in the West at the time, so their priorities were given for people with, there's a racial discrimination in terms of white females. So there's a book actually called White Females to Black Males. So white people were given the medication, given the treatment, they were discharged into the community, so it's left with black male people stuck into the asylums. So that raised a lot of controversies among the anti-psychiatrists, that they say okay, how can this be possible? So mental illness as such doesn't exist. It is how the people have been classifying mental illness. And so that is the anti-psychiatric movement that started by a couple of people, and that was came. So then the psychologists also started becoming quite insecure. Where is our role in the treatment of mental illness? So then again they started to, we can't just claim only psychology now. Why don't we combine together and develop a new model called biopsychosocial model. So this has been going on the last 30 years. But if you look at the prominent researchers, particularly researching in the field of schizophrenia and bipolar, they eventually say that, so whatever the psychological mechanisms, whatever the social causes, eventually they end up with causing changes in the receptor or in the neuromolecular level. So it's going to be biological. So the understanding is, I'll give you one example. So migration in mental health. So people who migrate from one place to another, they are at risk of developing mental illness. But then how does it increase the risk? So the migration makes or creates some changes in the brain systems, so that eventually leads up to development of mental illness. So even the social cause eventually end up in having biological outcomes. So this biopsychosocial model is up to the individual practitioners. But whatever be the case, you have an individual in front of you with problems related to all the three spheres. Whether the changes in the neurotransmitter, changes in the molecular mechanisms that causes the mental disorder, but the impact it plays on the psychological mechanism or the system of the individual, and the impact it creates on the societal aspects, you can't ignore that. So as a clinician, we have a role to advocate and to address all those three models. Coming to the phenomenology. Well, I remember very much, when I was a postgraduate student in IMH, you see the patient and you go and present to your assistant. Dr. Malaipan sir is here. So he was my assistant in the OPD. So when you go and talk to them, so the bulk of the case presentation, the discussion will be based on the phenomenology, like, how did you end up saying that this is an audible thought, or this is a thought insertion, or this is how you, define this delusional perception, or hebephrenia, catatonia, whatever these things. Do we give such importance nowadays in our discussion? So where is that phenomenological aspects going on? So catatonia, yes, there is have catatonic symptoms. But do we go into the depth about, all these, trying to understand about delusions, even tremor, apophany, anastrophe, and all? So I hardly doubt it. Being myself an examiner, when I go and examine the postgraduate students, we spend less time on the phenomenological aspect or in the history taking. We spend more time on the case discussion aspect, how they are going to manage or rehabilitate that individual. So I don't know, the times are changing. So the importance that we give to understanding the phenomenology, I don't know whether that's going to change in terms of the treatment aspects. That's debatable. So that is another change. But still, I personally think, yes, we still need to really understand the phenomenological aspects, because that will explain the pathophysiology. That probably would lead to individualized treatment. Otherwise, you give treatment, same treatment for everybody. So this is something, so these are the gaps I personally felt in terms of our understanding about the mind as such. Okay, so moving on to the next important thing about minding the gap. So we understood, we have some understanding of the mind, and we are all practicing. We are private practitioners. We practice in our government setup. We practice in our private medical colleges. So yes, but are we all interacting ourselves? Are we all coordinating? Are we all integrating? If I have a patient in front of me, am I able to give all the necessary options to that particular individual for him to choose? So that's probably the gap that I'm talking about here, gaps in services. So to make a better understanding, I want to use my own experience of working in UK. So what the services are like in UK, and then I'll just briefly mention about what the services are in India, where is the gap, and how we are going to address the gap. So the referral, in UK, how the person come into contact with mental health services. So what are the referral mechanisms? The first thing is a GP referral. So what happens is, so there will be a GP practice in the National Health Service. That's the service that takes care of the health of the individuals or the citizens of that country. So there will be a GP practice in each locality, like what we have a primary health center. Okay, so that GP locality covers a population of, say, for example, around 3,000 people. So there will be 4 or 5 GPs that will be linked to the local mental health services, which provides outpatient and inpatient. So the referral, so a particular individual living in particular address will have only that GP. That GP can only refer to that particular hospital, the trust hospital. So the referral has to be either come from the GP or self-referral. If the person needs alcohol services or psychological services, they can refer directly as a self-referral. Occupational health. People working in various companies or in the other government sectors, so they have an occupational health systems where the occupational health consultant can refer an individual that this person has some kind of psychological issues. So can that be referred to further assessment and treatment? In terms of school, college and university, they can refer directly to the system for the mental health referral. So these are the only major referrals. And once they've been referred from the GP, so the referral will goes to either what we call as community mental health team or to the crisis resolution or home treatment team. If the referral suggests that the the patient can be seen within a week or at a leisure time, then it goes to the CMHT, or it has to be seen immediately within few hours or within the day, it goes to crisis resolution team. So the CMHT, once they receive the referral, then they will discuss in their meeting who go and see the patient. So the patient will be seen in their own home. So which means then they have a discussion, the community mental health team, the nurse or the social worker will go, or if the consultant has an appointment, then the consultant along with the nurse will go and visit the individual in their own home. Then they will make an evaluation. They will treat the patient in their own home as much as possible. If there is a little bit of risk involved, then they will take the patient to the hospital. Same way, the crisis resolution. Within a day, within few hours, they go and see. If there is a suicide crisis, then they try to address the person in the home. But if the risk is too much, then they will get admitted. If the patient refuses, then they use Mental Health Care Act provision and take them into hospital. So this is how the system works. Use of Mental Health Act 2013, that was the latest in UK. So they use that if the patient deserves to be in hospital but they refuse, they strictly use that Mental Health Act services. Section 136 assessment is particularly for people with wandering mentally ill. So if anybody is wandering on the streets, so all you need is a phone call to the local police station. They will go and rescue the person, take them to the nearest mental health establishment, and 72 hours they can retain the patient under Section 136. All these provisions are in the new Mental Health Act, what we speak about right now. And so in order to carry out an assessment of that individual under section or under a Mental Health Act, so the assessor has to go through a specific course called Section 12 approval, which I don't know, we don't have it here right now. So only the person who got that specialist approval can do that assessment and make a recommendation for assessment, admission. So these are the other services. So each community mental health teams will have their own facility for admitting patients, the local inpatient and outpatient services, and the other special services like CAMS, LD services, memory clinics, consultation liaison teams, drug alcohol services, AOT and assertive early intervention team. In addition to that, there are some special services like dementia care homes, personality disorder units, mother and baby units, eating disorder units, and forensic services, including high security units. So this is the entire mental health system been operating in UK. Now coming to India. So the referral comes from the patient who has benefited from a doctor. He goes out and he refers further patients. You go to this place, you'll have a good care. So that the patient referral, Google referral. Nowadays, patient Google and find who is the nearest doctor, like Ola and Uber. Specialist and doctors referral. So if I work in a place where I know some doctors locally, they can refer the patient to me, thinking that, probably I am the only person I can take care of that individual. Relatives referral, GP referral, a faith healer referral, care home, police, or even self-referral. But the good thing, I would say it's a good thing. There's no post-hood mechanism here. So Kanyakumari to Chennai, or from Chennai to Punjab, anywhere in India, you can see a psychiatrist as per your choice. But before all these referrals, you have all these people getting involved. So before they come into contact with the psychiatrist, so you have the astrologer, priest, faith healer, and even all these professionals in the Ayush, neurologists, general physician. They've been seeing the patient for years together, but without making a referral. And these are the services that we have in India right now. Originally, even now, some people think psychiatry, mental illness, schizophrenia, they have to refer to Kilpakkam, that's the IMH. Okay, so IMH has inpatient services, outpatient services. It's a very shame that even they don't know that there is a service existing in the locality. So there is a government hospital units where they run outpatients and they have inpatient beds. Private clinics, there's a number of private clinics now, including to the remote places, taluks and all, everybody has it. Private hospitals, yes, we do have. De-addiction centers, be it licensed or unlicensed. And the two important things that I want to focus on district mental health programs. It's a scheme, it's a program, but still it's operational. It's there in every district right now. And the ECRCs, emergency care and recovery centers. But how these people access to these services eventually decided by the financial situation of that particular individual. This is something that I want to put a mention about the bed strength. Because in 2011, when Dr. Tirunavukar sir was delivering his presidential oration, his topic was closing the gap. And in that he actually made a point about we had a lot of bed strengths available. So even the Regional National Mental Health Survey in 2016, Niman survey, pointed out gaps in mental health services, like the accessibility of the services, like, there is a big gap, there is a, need for more number of psychiatrists, there is need for more number of beds. But in Tamil Nadu, actually, it may be in other states, but certainly in Tamil Nadu, we have enough resources as we speak now. I was surprised to find out, like, if you just take, other than IMH, I'm not talking about IMH itself, other than IMH, if you count the number of beds in government medical colleges, private medical colleges, private hospitals, it's more than 1,000 or 1,500. I'm not including them, all these home center, the de-addiction centers. Specialist services. So probably you would have heard these terms: memory clinic, neuropsychiatric clinic, child guidance clinic, de-addiction clinic, suicide prevention, psychosomatic clinic, family counseling, and sexual disorders clinics. All the medical colleges, government or private medical colleges, as per NMC norms, have these services. How effective they are functioning? So that is something we need to think about it. So if they are functioning, if we actually execute it to tooth and nail, then actually what is the problem? Like, we are actually delivering a great care than a developed country. So how do we improvise that? So that is another thing. So this particular slide, I just want to put it to highlight, like, yes, there are a lot of resources coming up, there are a lot of facilities are there. But then again, what happens with suicide prevention? There is increased awareness over the years, there is increased help available, there are a lot of helplines are there, but the problems have also increased, so also the suicidal rate. So why it's not coming down despite all our efforts? That we need to actually think about it. So where is the gap? So where is the gap in services? Is there a gap? And there is a gap. Where is the gap? So to me, my understanding is these are the areas that, as Dr. Malaipan sir also pointed out earlier, government-run rehabilitation centers for alcohol, drugs, and for severe mental illnesses. Do we have? I think we need to. We hardly put it in single digit. Memory clinics, camps, and LD services that we need to strengthen further. At least, if you take memory clinics right now, there is one that's been operational in Institute of Mental Health, and SCARF has a memory clinic. But what about other places? Do we have training programs for the faculties in different medical colleges to start and run a memory clinic? Likewise, camp service, child guidance. So apart from IMH, apart from child guidance clinic in ICH, I don't know what is happening in maybe like any of the medical colleges, Madurai and Tirunelveli, Coimbatore, they all have that in paper, but have effectively the person trained in child disorders have been employed and that's been run? That's again a question. No dementia care homes in Chennai or Tamil Nadu, as per my understanding. There are old age homes, people admit dementia, but then when there is a problem comes up with the behavioral problems, they will be shifted out to an acute care center. So we are hardly any. Consultation liaison teams in every government headquarters, psychiatric units. So that is the only place, only team that can go and educate your colleagues about depression. I can very well say that none of our colleagues really understand the depression as a neurobiological disorder. So they still think depression may be related to personal weakness or your decreased self-esteem or social reasons or reacting to some adverse psychological stressors. So that's a big role in terms of raising awareness and educating people. I equate that what I was talking about CMHT in UK. That is what this district mental health program is doing in India. And also the crisis resolution team, the functioning, that's probably the role of ECRCs, the emergency care and recovery centers. But is it how that has been operationalizing here? That's something that we need to think about. And if we do that effectively, then actually we give a great care, and there's probably a model to be followed in India. Creation of teams, that's something that we lack. So we as individuals work effectively, but do we have our support workers like mental health trained mental health nurses, social workers, and psychologists and occupational therapists in all the teams? So if you take DMHPs, yes, there are psychologists, social workers, but if you take medical colleges, all the vacancies been filled. Again, that's another thing that's the gap. The biggest gap for me also another thing is about ourselves. So how much we know about our own services. I'll give you a simple example. So I'm taking myself as a private practitioner. I sit up in my clinic. I see a patient. Okay. So the patient, the next follow-up, the carer comes and says, patient வீட்டு விட்டு ஓடிட்டாங்க, ரோட்டில் நடந்துட்டு இருக்காரு, வீட்டுக்கு கூப்பிட்டா வரமாட்டேன்றாங்க. So the patient is wandering in the street. So the carer comes to me and make a statement like that. What will I do? Do I have any information to help that individual? I know the ECRC is there. How many of you know your local ECRC number? So why the psychiatrists are not being made aware of the local ECRC number? That's the first thing I want you to think about it. So the community mental health, the district mental health programs. I am seeing a patient. The patient is able to buy medications for a month or 3 months. After that, the patient says, what can I do? Do I have a contact number for the local district mental health program, or do I know where this PHC, the doctor comes at what days? Do I know? I don't know. Do any of you know where your DMHP psychiatrists are working? They are working really hard. They are really working hard. But we don't know this information ourselves. So that is the biggest communication gap I'm pointing out. Psychiatrists, we don't know ourselves. Then comes the non-psychiatrist doctor, our own colleagues. They don't know either. And allied health workers and the public. So these are the people, we need to address that communication gap so that the care services will be more integrated. This is another point. Dr. Om Prakash, in his editorial a few years ago, he has wrote when this competency-based medical education has come into the play. He said, okay, now instead of 20 hours, we have 40 hours. There is more time to interact or inspire the undergraduates. So that will go a long way in addressing the gap in terms of operationalizing the services or people choosing to come into psychiatry. So that is also a very valid point, but that's for the future. So you have a great opportunity. Yes, the IPS, I think Dr. Ponnidesa, Nambisa, they are striving hard to include psychiatry as a separate subject for the undergraduate curriculum, but at least as a first step, they have increased the number of hours. So the undergraduate education, again the postgraduate education, I really want to highlight, if there are postgraduate teachers here, do you teach about the policies? Do you teach about the existing services, about the community programs available, other than the phenomenology, psychopathology, treatment, and everything else? So what is the role of the social worker, even the society? Do we give adequate information about what the Indian Psychiatric Society is doing all about, what the Tamil Nadu chapter is doing all about? So this information has to be passed on to the trainees during their education, 3 years of training. So for me, I want to put it that, so how you close this gap, the way ahead is reorganization of the service. I'm not talking about the integration. The integration is already going on. But then you're going to reorganize the services. For that, you need more training of the allied professionals, and it's a teamwork. And you need a great, the leadership has to be there. The leadership has to be, the main role is about lobbying to the policymakers and to the government to address or whatever the deficit that we have in addressing the gap. This is the model I want to propose myself. I don't know. This is just for discussion. This is to generate discussion. This is open to criticisms and comment. But for me, having seen the services in UK, and probably this is what I want. If this materializes in India, probably I think we can, to some extent, compare ourselves to a developed country. So we have a directorate, we have a health secretary, we have a minister, that's the directorate that we are operating on. And mental health services, mental health agenda is only a part of it. Yesterday when I heard one of these, I forgot the name, but then a bulk of the amount that's been allocated for DMHP has been returned back. Or the services that, the amount has been sanctioned for mental health services is not been utilized, underutilized. So why these things happen? So why don't we have a separate mental health directorate under which there will be, 3 directors operating, rather than the IMH director takes the bulk of the role, executing the DMHP, executing the ECRCs, and all the other programs in terms of it. So if you have separate mental health directorate under secretary, and then we have psychiatrists as directors at the 3 levels, like primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. The primary care should be, cover all the programs, the district mental health program, rehabilitation centers, residential care centers, dementia care homes, sheltered accommodation, halfway homes, and daycare homes. So that all covers the primary care. And the secondary care, just the government hospital, psychiatric units, ECRCs, and the psychiatric intensive care units. And in tertiary care, about the rehabilitation centers, I think some mix-up. I think it's a copy-paste. There is a problem in that. So in the tertiary care, it is all about the operational functioning, about making policies, working in close collaboration with the NGOs, and mainly research and training of the professionals. So that is the role of the tertiary care. So then people will think about the funding, like, how we kind of distribute the funding. So the primary care should be, I think the bulk of the thing related to the operational of the DMHP. So that comes from the central government, and the secondary care should be from the state government, and the tertiary care should be a combination of both central and state government. So this is how, my interpretation, how, things can be more effective in the future. Sorry. So the objectives of this model, to take psychiatry closer to the community, which is already existing, but then when I say that assessments in their own homes, focus on preventive and positive mental health, engagement in awareness programs and training, education to the colleagues and to the public, and collaborate with NGOs. See, I always think, like, I particularly, when I was, in the school, I have noticed this. Selathila pathina, I don't know, the particular area, there will be hundreds and hundreds of doctors in one particular street. So likewise, probably the same case in probably all the centers. So we do not have worry about, like, you open a clinic and the next, or the next to that, another psychiatrist coming up. You don't have to feel insecure. Everybody has a job. So likewise, it's not like, the government psychiatrists feeling insecure with the intrusion of the private psychiatrists or the NGOs, neither the other way around. So we all work together. Our aim is to care for the mentally ill. So the collaboration has to be the way forward. And this is something I want to put it as a statement. Dr. Malapan also mentioned about, we need to be proactive rather than reactive. So in 2001, when I joined MD Psychiatry, that was the very infamous Airbody tragedy occurred. So that was a reactive element. So until then, the Mental Health Care Act was in paper. After that, it was started to generate discussions, like, where did that all go wrong? So then that moved forward, then people talked about human ethics right violations of mentally ill people. So I don't want, an incident to happen and then we all need to be reactive to that thing. Everything we discuss and talk boil down to the funding issues. So, likewise, so we as a government, so being in the government service, being in a private sector, or in the district or mental health programs, we need to make a loud noise. So we need to see the NGOs, if they are making loud noise because they are creating their jobs for themselves. So likewise, it's not just we rest, we get salary and we get paid off, or I earn a good amount of practice, I see patients, that's enough. So we make a loud noise. If we cry louder, then we probably will get heard by the government officials and we get funding for addressing the gap ourselves. National Mental Health Policy, I don't know how many of you have time to read through this. 2019 it was published. There are 7 priorities of action, that's with action points in that. So one is creation of the coordination unit. In that they talk about not just IMH. So why don't we take IMH into 4 zones of Tamil Nadu, like Theni, Tanjavur, Vellore, I think one more in Tirunelveli, I think. I'm not sure. So now they dismantle IMH and then put as a mini IMH in different parts of the state. I don't know whether that's a sensible thing to do, but again, that's been there documented in the National Mental Health Policy. Organization of services and system strengthening, which is I was talking about reorganization of services. Health promotion and prevention activities, that's probably what the role of mental health liaison teams should be doing it. Treatment and rehabilitation services. See, it is not that the government has to create rehabilitation services everywhere. Every nook and corner we have rehabilitation centers. Atma in Trichy, Chelamuthu Trust in Madurai, and if you take Tanjavur, there are centers, Erode, there are centers, Coimbatore, Valigatti. So there are private centers so why don't we interact and collaborate working with them, and to, the government and the private has to work together. They can actually provide rehabilitation services. In places where it's not existing, then they can create one from the government side. Probably that's what's happening with the ECRCs. The ECRCs once traditionally started by the government, but then they realized that it can't be possible in every district, so they have started integrating with the private NGOs as well. So making mental health inclusive for all. Only if you strengthen the services, only if you probably organize, then we can collect data and then we do a little bit of research. Then we will know further about where we are lacking, then we can raise it to the government. So creating a data for mental health, it's a shame, like if you read the National Mental Health Policy, it's not based on any data. Or whatever the data they have got is from the other states, and the data that we have is not robustically, scientifically well valid. So that's where we are lacking as well. And they also focus on the research. So that's probably the model that I am proposing. So in summary, yes, I am proposing that whatever the services that we have in terms of government, private, and NGOs, we all need to be working together. So the reorganization services under different leadership has to be the way forward. Development of aftercare services. So after the hospital, what should be done? What are the rehabilitation aspects? Focus on UG and PG training, and definitely the social security systems and the insurance schemes for mental health will also improvise the services, and improving the awareness of services among our own colleagues and other people and public will probably help in improvising and closing the gap for mental health services. I just want to dedicate this award. So there are 2 people. One is personally and the other one is professionally. Yeah, this is my family. So I dedicate this award to my wife and 2 children who has put up with me, in doing all the things that I'm doing. And definitely, professionally, I am indebted to my professor, mentor, guide, supervisor, you can call whatnot. So any help that at any point I ask for, I turn to Professor Dr. Nambi, and without him, I don't think I'm standing the place where I am right now. So I dedicate professionally to this award to him. With this, let me conclude. And thank you. I'm talking about a vision. I want to reverse that question. Why did you come back to India? Why are you not coming back to India? That is the question I want people to ask. The reversion of brain drain should start at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was such an enlightening session. I now request Dr. Sabita ma'am to honor the chairperson, Dr. Ramakrishnan sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this, we shall now break for tea break and come back in 15 minutes for the undergraduate quiz and PG quiz. Oh, just announcement, kindly wait.
So we are here to honor Dr. D. Srinivasan, sir, who was the recipient of AVR oration in 2019. And sir's idea was, earlier we gave only a gold coin, and after sir has mooted an idea that we need to give a medallion for that AVR oration, because we don't know what for this gold coin is there. And since then, it has been a routine practice to have this medallion. And this time we take the opportunity to present a medallion to sir. And I call all the seniors to the dais. Dr. Ramakrishnan sir, Dr. CRS sir, Dr. Nambi sir, and the office bearers of IPS TN chapter. Dr. Nambi sir, please come sir.
Thank you, everyone. We shall now break for tea and be back by 11:30 for the undergraduate quiz competition. Thank you.
We are running short of time, so I request the quiz participant and quiz masters to come as soon as possible. Others to assemble in 10 minutes time. Thank you.
Okay, so can one person from each of the UG teams come forward to pick the lots?
See, this is our folder to be open. I'll have rules of first.
Check.
They are not connected yet. Connect agenda. Start from the first folder. Write down the team number, I mean, designation and team A, write down the answer, which round you are from.
I didn't understand what. Okay, I'll say with.
அவங்க எழுதும்போது ரைட் டவுன் டீம் அண்ட் கொஸ்டின்
Okay.
அதுதான் அவங்க சொன்னாங்க.
Good morning, one and all. I'd like to welcome you all to the undergraduate quiz competition of Tanpsycon-2022. So, for all of you who weren't aware, we had a preliminary round which was conducted about 3 weeks ago. And the top 6 teams from 6 colleges across Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry are here today for the finals. So in team A, we have Brinda and Karmugilan from Karpaga Vinayaka Institute of Medical Sciences. In team B, we have S. Nelson and W. Sharon Shweta from Indra Medical College, Tiruvallur. In team C, we have P. Suganeshwaran and M. Gokul from Government Mohan Kumar Mangalam Medical College, Salem. In team D, we have S. Yalini and V. Sahiti Priya from Sri Manakula Vinayagar Medical College and Hospital. In team E, we have V. Pradnya and Hannah from Meenakshi Medical College. And in team F, we have Haripriya and Abhinaya from PSG Institute of Medical Science and Research, Coimbatore. Can I have a big round of applause for all the future psychiatrists? All right. So I'll just give a brief about the rules. Again, rules for individual rounds will be explained again before the round starts. But these are the general rules. We have a total of 6 rounds, time permitting. Instructions for each round will be given at the beginning of the round. And as is in all quizzes, decision of the quiz master is final. All right, the participants know about it, but we have something called as a pounce. So pounce is similar to a buzzer round, except that all teams who pounce for a question will be permitted to answer. Pounce will be open for 15 seconds. Again, reminder to the teams, please don't speak out the answer, please write it down. Our volunteers will collect the chits of paper from you, and you'll be awarded points. So all the teams who have pounced, if they get the answer right, will be awarded points. If they've got it wrong, then they'll be awarded, the points will be deducted. All right, so with that, we'll just start now. Any doubts from any of the participants before we begin? I'll tell you the scoring for each round at the beginning of the round. You can obviously maintain your own scores also, but we have scorers who will be maintaining it. Maybe at the end of 1 or 2 rounds, we'll announce the scores. Okay? All right, so round 1 has a set of 12 questions. So as the round is called, it's called Welcome to Psychiatry. So this is sort of a warm-up round. There is no specific theme. These are questions in general psychiatry. So the first 6 questions will go from team A to team F. Please note there is no pounce in this round. So the questions will be direct questions to team A and going forward. After the set of first 6, we'll go in reverse order. So we'll start with team F and go to team A. All right, so the scoring, +10 for the right answer. No negative marks if it's a direct question to you. If it's a pass question, you have +5 and -5, and it's only one pass. Okay, no more than one pass. All right. We encourage the audience to actively involve yourselves in the. If the teams are not able to answer, we welcome you to answer, but please don't prompt or please don't answer while the teams are still participating. All right. So we'll start. All right. We'll start. All right, Team A, are you ready? Okay, so first question to Team A from Karpaga Vinayaka Institute of Medical Sciences. Here's your question. What is the neuropeptide involved in the causation of narcolepsy? You have a mic, you can answer with that.
Orexin, hypocretin.
Right. So Team A, full points to you. That's the correct answer. Next question to Team B. Name any one IQ test used for children in India. Okay, so Team B is passing. Team C?
Binet comma test.
All right, so they say Binet comma test, that's a good answer. So +5 to Team C because it's a pass question. Well done. The question number 3 is a direct question to you. Which was the therapy technique developed by Marsha Linehan for use in persons with borderline personality disorder?
Dialectical behavior therapy.
All right, well done. So that's +10 to Team C. Very good. All right, Team D, this is your question. Microscopy findings of A-beta amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles in the region of the hippocampus are characteristic of which neurodegenerative disorder?
Alzheimer's disease.
Well done. So that's +10 to Team D. Team E, what is bipolar disorder type 3? Do you pass the question? All right. I need you to say that in the mic. Okay, so Team E passes the question. Team F?
Drug-induced bipolar disorder.
All right. So it's a drug-induced switch in polarity. We'll give you that. Okay. Well done. So +5 to Team F. And now you have a direct question. All right. Okay. So varenicline, an alpha-4 beta-2 receptor partial agonist, is indicated for the treatment of which disorder?
Anxiety disorder.
That is the wrong answer. Team A, this is a pass question for you. Remember, +5 and -5 will be the scoring for correct and wrong. All right. Okay. So we'll go to the audience. Anybody from the audience? Any postgraduates who want to try? All right, well done. Okay, so the other teams know it, so it's for smoking cessation. Okay, all right. So we finished the set of first 6 questions. I hope you all got warmed up. Team F, can you see the screen? All right. Okay, so now we'll go in anti-clock, okay, whatever, the reverse order. So we'll start with Team F and go to Team A. Okay, so Team F, if you're ready, I'll start with your question. All right, so round 2, yeah. Okay, Team F, name the 2 major cortical dopaminergic pathways which are implicated in the pathogenesis of schizophrenia. Remember, when the question has 2 parts, I'll need you to give both answers. Team F, you need to hurry up.
Mesolimbic and mesocortical.
Well done. Okay, so that's plus 10 to Team F. Team E, your question. Name the syndrome in which a person has visual hallucinations in the background of visual deprivation in the absence of a mental illness. We are looking at the syndrome. What is the name of that syndrome?
Gaucher's syndrome.
No. We'll pass to Team D. Team D, since it's a past question, hurry up.
Lewy body syndrome.
No, unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. So we get a -5 for Team D. All right. So the answer is Charles-Bonnet syndrome. All right. Okay. Next question is to Team D. D, this is your direct question. Okay, name the category according to DSM-5 under which hoarding disorder is classified as a separate entity. So under which category of DSM-5 will you find hoarding disorder?
Direct question.
This is a direct question to Team D.
Category 3.
The name of the category. So are you passing the question? All right. Team C. Team C, remember you have negative marks if you get it wrong. All right, so Team 3 C is also passed. Okay, so we'll go to the answer. The answer is OCRD. Okay, so that is the category we were looking for. Team C, this is your direct question. Okay, name the metabolite of serotonin which is detected in low levels in patients with suicide.
5-hydroxyindole acid.
Very good, excellent. So that's plus 10 to Team C. All right. Audience, can we please cheer on the participants? They're all undergrads. I'm quite nervous. Thank you. All right. Team B. Okay. Your question is, what is the treatment of choice for lithium toxicity?
Methylphenidate.
That's the wrong answer. Team A.
Dialysis.
Right, hemodialysis is the right answer. So plus 5 to Team A. Well done. Okay, so we come to the end of round 1. Oh, sorry, one more question. I'm sorry. Team A has their direct question. Okay, name one REM sleep-related parasomnia.
Nightmares.
All right, that's well done. So plus 10 to Team A. Okay, so we come to the end of round 1. I'll just start briefing you about the rules of round 2. Meanwhile, the scorers can just announce the scores. Okay, so round 2 is clinical case vignettes. So we have 6 case vignettes of which at an undergraduate level we think you should be able to answer. So please wait till I finish reading out the case. Okay, after I read out the entire case as well as the questions at the end of the case, I will announce that the time for pounce is open. You'll have 10 seconds after that to decide if you want to pounce for that question. Okay, if you want to pounce within the 10 seconds, please put your hands up. Our volunteers will come and then we'll give you another 15 seconds to write down the answer. All right, so write it down. as far as possible legibly. Yeah, okay, so all the teams who have pounced will get the marks if it's correct. Remember, the questions have two parts. Even if one of the part is either unanswered or is wrongly answered, you will, marks will be deducted. And if you pounce for the question, you have to, obviously it's understood that you have to answer it, all right? Okay?
Scoring.
The score is plus 10, so you have 2 questions, and only if both parts are answered, you'll get the plus 20. Negative minus 10, even if one part is unanswered or is wrong. Okay? All right. Okay, the scores Dr. Vidya will announce.
At the end of the basic rounds, in total 2 rounds, the total score is Team A has got 25. Team B, please cheer up, you are yet to score 0. And Team C is 25 again. Team D is 5. And Team E, like, you are also yet to score 0. And Team F is 15.
All right, good. So Team A and Team C are currently leading. The rest of you, plenty of opportunity. Okay, so shall we start with round 2? All right.
Time to
Okay, so I'll start reading the question. Miss V, a 26-year-old lady, is a known case of bipolar disorder in remission. She has been married for 1 year now, and she and her husband are keen to plan a pregnancy. They come to you for preconceptional advice. She has been taking lithium carbonate and olanzapine. So question number 1, what problem do you foresee if she continues the same drugs during her pregnancy? And question number 2, what would be the best maintenance treatment of choice for bipolar disorder in pregnancy?
Time for pounds.
Starts now.
Just lift your hands. See. Just lift your hands and keep it.
Keep it lifted, guys.
It tends.
Okay, so time for pounds has ended? No, it's for all. Whoever, all of you can answer, but write it down.
Write it down.
Okay, so wait, can I again lift hands? Team A, Team C, Team D. Okay, all of you have pounced. Next round, this will not be accepted, okay? You have to pounce within 10 seconds. So all 6 teams have pounced. So please write down your answers. Our volunteers will collect it.
Okay, time for pounds is over. Please give your answer sheets. Volunteers, please collect it. Make sure that you write your team on the paper, like team A, B, or C. Fast.
So the answers that we were expecting, so this is the answer. So I have 3 slips of teams A, B and C with me. Team A has answered both parts wrong. So minus 10 for team A. Team B will get full points for question 1 and half points for question 2. Okay, fine. Full points for both questions. All right. Full points for both questions, Team B. And Team C also gets full for both questions.
Okay. Team D has got it wrong, and Team E has got it wrong. Team F has got it right. So plus 20 for team. Okay. even if you answer one is wrong, like it goes for your negative marks. So it is like high, you take a risk and score high.
Okay. So team B, C and F have scored full points, correct? Yeah. And team A, D and E have got minus points. Okay. All right. So I think now you've understood how this works. So we'll go to the next question. Remember 10 seconds. Please put your hands up in the 10 seconds. Okay. And keep it raised. All right, this is your case 2. This is a longish case, so remember. Master B, an 8-year-old boy in 3rd standard, is brought to you by his grandparents. They report that the boy is not doing well at academics in school and wants you to check his IQ. During the interview, the child darts around the room, opens the cupboards and touches things without your permission. However, he is able to answer the basic questions that you ask him. On further inquiry, you find both at home and school, the child is described as being restless and clumsy. He has frequent falls and minor injuries. He misplaces his pencils, erasers, and notebooks often. At school, he gets into frequent trouble for forgetting his homework, not paying attention in class. His class teacher describes him as being uncontrollable. So question 1, what is the likely diagnosis? And question 2, name any one drug in the management of the condition. You can name the drug, the side effect is not required.
Time to bounce.
All right, so all 6 teams have bounced. So we'll start the time for writing answers. 15 seconds starts now. Remember, just write the diagnosis and the drug. It's okay, you don't have to write the side effect.
Time is over. Please give your answers. Volunteers, please collect the papers.
So the expected answer, right, so ADHD was the answer to the diagnosis. So you can write anything, methylphenidate, atomoxetine, clonidine. That would be the preferred answers for question number 2.
So the score, like except for team E, others have got it correct. Plus 20 for others. Team E gets a minus mark.
All right, so plus 20 for all teams except for team E. Team E gets a minus 10. All right. Okay, team E, it's okay, cheer up. You have lots of opportunity. So question number 3 of this round. Mr. F is a 53-year-old gentleman. He has a long-standing history of regular alcohol use. His family is critical of him and has frequently asked him to cut down his alcohol usage. This leads to frequent arguments with his wife and children. Following one such fight yesterday, he decided to stop drinking to prove that to his wife that he has control over his drinking. He has come to your OPD with complaints of palpitations and feeling restless. On examination, you find that he has tremors, sweating, his BP is 160 by 100, and his pulse rate is 94 beats per minute. He is not a known hypertensive. So question 1, what is the first line of medication that you would want to give him in his present state? Question number 2, if left untreated, what is the complication you foresee?
Time to pounce. Over. So team
all right.
A,
team C, A, C, E, F have bounced.
Please write down your answers. Okay, time is over. Please give your answers.
Volunteers, please collect the slips. Team A, time up.
No, D didn't pounce. The T pounced.
Guys, you have to keep your hands up. If I don't see it, okay, this one time I'll give you, but not next.
No, that's okay. Right. E is right. C is right. E right. F right. Team D tappu. D tappu. Understand.
All right, so we'll go to the answers. This was the expected answer, and
Team A, C, and E have got it right. And one part of Team D is wrong. So it should be benzodiazepines. Don't forget. Okay.
all right, so team D gets a -10, the others get a +20. Okay, good. All right. Okay. So question 4. Mr. P is a 24-year-old software professional. Over the past 2 to 3 years, he has been noted to have become excessively health conscious and spends over 4 hours at the gym. He has frequently told his friends that he finds his body to be puny and has been focusing on becoming muscular. He takes multiple health supplements, herbal products, and protein powder. He has changed multiple gyms, trainers, and exercise regimens because he has not been satisfied with the gains. Despite others feeling that he looks healthy and fit, he believes he is puny and wants his muscles, especially the biceps, to pop. He is fixated on looking like Sylvester Stallone and Rocky Balboa. More recently, he has approached the plastic surgeon at your hospital to inquire if there are any surgeries to enhance his muscle mass. So question 1, do you think he is suffering from any psychiatric illness? If so, what is your diagnosis? In which category does DSM-5 classify this disorder?
Time to pounce.
Okay. Guys, keep your hands lifted.
Just for 10 seconds. Ma'am. Okay.
All right. So team A, B, C, E, F have pounced. D has not pounced.
Write down your answers.
All right. Time to write down your answers.
Okay. Time over. Please give your sheets. Collect the sheets.
All right. Anybody in the audience? Any PGs in the audience want to answer the question? You can say it out loudly. Right. So the answer is body dysmorphic disorder, and OCRD is the category that we were looking at.
A tappu, B tappu. Okay. Only Team E has got it right. Congrats. Okay.
Well
other
done.
teams.
So yeah, team E +20 for you. All right.
Other teams -10.
Okay, -10 for all the other teams except team D who didn't attempt. All right. Okay, so question 5. Mrs. G is a 72-year-old lady. She is brought to you with history of self-neglect. On clarification, it is noted that since 3 years, she has stopped cooking since her family found that she was making frequent mistakes and the food tasted bad. She has also been taking care of household finances, but now her daughter manages it. Progressively, she has stopped wearing a sari and instead wears a one-piece night dress, which at times is also inside out. Over the last 6 months, they say that she acts as though she has forgotten the way around her own house. She has stopped bathing daily and has poor self-hygiene. However, she remembers the past perfectly and frequently tells stories about her childhood to everyone. Her family feels that she is pretending to be this way to gain their attention. Question 1, does she have a psychiatric illness? If so, what is your diagnosis? If answer to question 1 is yes, name any pen and paper test to support your diagnosis.
Time to pounce. Please lift your hands for 10 seconds. We need to.
You can write answers later. Lift your hand now.
Okay, team
If
A,
you-
B.
At the end of 10 seconds, if your hands are not up, I'm not counting. So lift your hands up. Team E, are you pouncing? So keep it up.
So, A, B, and E. Time. Okay.
Okay, time for pounce is done. Please write your answers.
time over. Please give your answer sheets.
Team A, time up. Please give your answer sheet. Okay, so team A, B and E only have attempted. Okay, so shall we have a look at the answers? So the answer is expected. Does she have any psychiatric illness? Yes. The answer we were looking for is either dementia or Alzheimer's disease. Okay, and any pen and paper test, any of these could be accepted.
Team A has got it wrong, one of the questions. And team B and E, they've got it right. Plus 20.
All right, okay. Well done. So team A minus 10, B and E plus 20. Okay, we'll go to question number 6, which is the last case scenario that we have. Mr. T is a 29-year-old male, a known case of paranoid schizophrenia for the past 10 years. He has been on regular treatment for the same since then. He is obese with comorbid diabetes mellitus and dyslipidemia. He now presents to the ER with high-grade fever with chills, features of a lower respiratory infection. His investigations are as follows: an HB of 12 gram%, a total leukocyte count of 2,600 cells with a differential count of 10% neutrophils, 76 lymphocytes, eosinophils 10, monocytes 2 and basophils 2, and a platelet count of 1.8 lakh cells. The ER physician seeks your advice regarding his psychiatric medication. What will be your advice regarding continuation or discontinuation of medication and why? And name the possible offending drug, and at what possible dosage does this drug cause this specific side effect?
Time to pounce. Okay, time over. So,
okay, team B, C and E have bounced.
Write down your answers. Time over. Please give your sheets back.
Team C, Team B, hand in the sheets, please. Already your time is up, so please give your sheets. Okay, a bit of a trick question. So anybody in the audience? Anybody in the audience wants to give it a try? All right, so we'll go to the answers then. Like I said, it's a bit of a trick question. So discontinue the drug. The offending drug is clearly clozapine. And it's an idiosyncratic side effect, which means that it's not dose related.
B and C got it correct.
All right, fantastic. So B and C, well done. This was a bit of a tough question.
And
so
E, minus 10.
Okay, and minus 10 for E. We come to end of round 2. So we'll just check the scores. Okay, for the following subsequent rounds, Dr. Vidya will take over as quiz master.
Okay, the next 2 rounds will be like a little bit refreshing and out of the subject. However, we know that psychiatry is always linked within all aspects of life. So this round I'll go to the instructions called as okay. Before the scores are calculated, we'll just brief about the previous, the next round. Project off.
Shall I read out the scores? Yeah. All right. So currently, leading the quiz, we have Team C with 95 points. In second place, currently, we have Team B with 70 points. In third place, currently, we have Team F with 65 points. Then we have Team A with 35 points, Team D with 30 points, and Team E with 30 points, and Team D with 15 points. All right?
Okay. Right. We'll move on to the third round, literary melody. Like as the title suggests, we have a lot of like pictures from the literature. Here, we'll go to the rounds. So this picture has a link with psychiatry. You must know, name the picture, identify what is that, and you have to describe the link it has with psychiatry. Okay. So there will be 6 images from popular literature. Identify the link between the image and psychiatry and explain the link or term related to psychiatry. So pounds will be enabled as before, plus 20 for if both parts are correct, and minus 10 if either or both parts are wrong or unanswered. We'll start. Next. Okay. So scene 1, since it's a literary. The tragic imagination of the young Roman, initially falling in self-love, then to self-absorption, and finally self-destruction, to give his life to a beautiful flower. A perfect metaphor given by the Roman poet Ovid. Next is the picture. You have to name the picture and also the link.
It's a pounds round. So time for pounds starts now.
Name the picture, what to suggest, and what is the link with the...
time over. Okay, so Team B.
Team B. Only Team B has pounced. Okay. Write down your answer. It's a pounce round. Write down your answer. Okay. The question, identify the name and explain its link with the psychiatrist. Okay, time over. Let it be brief. So the answer is, so he is Narcissus, and the name has identified his name as Narcissus, like famous Roman literature. So from this there was an origin of narcissistic personality, and the link is description of this narcissistic personality as characterized by heightened sense of self-love, self-importance and lack of empathy. Right? So we'll go to the second round.
Team B has got it right.
Very good.
Plus 20.
Congrats. So scene 2. Oh dear, let down your hand that I may climb thy golden stair. Identify the picture. I'll go to the question and come back again. Okay. Identify and explain its link with psychiatry. Okay, time for points. Team, time. Team A, B, C, and F has pounced. Please write down your answers. You have to explain, identify, and also explain its link with psychiatry.
Okay, time stops now. Please give in your sheets. A, B, C, quickly.
Team A, please give your papers. Okay, any guess in the audience? PGs, I'm sorry. So,
okay, so only Team C has got it correct. Okay.
Okay.
Other teams have got
The
it
answer
wrong.
it is Rapunzel syndrome, like indicates trichobezoar. Linked with psychiatry is trichobezoar, very common with trichotillomania, hair pulling disorder. Okay. Right. Go to the next. So scene 3, the princess falls into recurrent deep sleep at her sweet 16, not by the witch spell but to the damage in her brain. You have to identify the picture and name the disorder, and also the link with psychiatry.
Time starts now. Time stops.
Team B, C, D, E, and F have pounced. Please write down your answers. You have to identify the picture and also the link with psychiatry.
Time has stopped.
Identify the picture and also the link with the psychiatry. No, you answer this. You answer for this doubt. You finish this question. Time is running. So we'll go to the answers.
Okay, so Team C and Team D have got both parts right. The other teams have got one part at least wrong.
Congratulations. So Sleeping Beauty syndrome, otherwise known as clean living syndrome, is a neuropsychiatric disorder characterized by recurring reversible episodes of excessive sleep. So we'll go to the next, scene 4. The tragic flaw of the protagonist, the Moor of Venice, who feeds on an one-eyed green monster, is lost in two worlds. I think my wife be honest and think she's not. I think you are just and think thou not. And finally ends in tragedy. A famous Shakespearean, he's the Moor of Venice. So identify. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Already, I think we'll just cancel that question.
It's cancelled. Okay. So it's Othello syndrome and delusion of morbid jealousy. Okay. Right.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next.
So this round will have only 5 questions. So
Scene 5. It's no use going back to yesterday because I was a different person then. Everything looks distorted for this young girl after the fall. So identify the syndrome again and...
time for pounds starts now. Okay, time up.
Team B and C have pounced.
Okay. Team A also lifted the hand, so ABC.
Oh, ABC.
Okay, time up. Please give your answers. Anybody
Team A
from
and
the
C,
audience?
please give your answers. Team A, time up. Yeah. So the answer is Alice in Wonderland, a syndrome of alteration of body images. Okay. Next. So we'll go to the last one. And before that, scores.
That's minus 10. A has got it right, other teams have got it wrong. So B and C minus 10.
Okay, good. So next is scene 6. You have some doubts.
Your answer has to be Alice in Wonderland syndrome. You have written something else.
So scene 6. They are the tiny folk, not 6 inches high, that swarm the island who live in proportionally tiny buildings and trees. Okay. Time to pause.
Time to pounce starts now.
A, B.
Time to pounce has ended. So A, B, D, and F. Write your answers. Okay, time has ended. Please submit your answers. A, B, D, and F.
It would be an easy guess. We'll go to the answers. So just an Nilipitian hallucinations could have just written related to alcohol or visual perceptual disorders. Any answer we would accept. We need this word as Lilliputian hallucinations.
So all the teams who have attempted have got it right.
Good. It's an easy attempt. So we come to the end of this literary melody.
We'll just go to the next one and then announce the scores.
I'll just introduce the next round. Projector off. Projector off. Connect. So, similar to the previous round, here, I'm sorry. Play. Okay. Guess who am I? Here it will be different aspect. We'll give you pictures related. There are six questions. All six are personalities, famous personalities in psychiatry. We'll give visual cues related to the personality, and which end up in the personality with increasing difficulties. Okay. So the first picture you will have higher positive marks and less negative marks. So it is your attempt. It's a pounce round. So you can just write it down. The moment the person, if one team gets it correct, that will end the round. Okay, so you can attempt it. The scores are same. The scores will be displayed in the slide itself. So just go through the picture, identify the personality, right?
This is also pounce.
It's a pounce round only. Okay. For example, if the personality is like, we have visual clues related to ending up to the personality with increasing order of difficulty.
Okay, scores. Team A score is 65. Team B 80. Team C is the current leader with 125. Team D 55. Team E 10. And Team F 65. Can we please have a loud round of applause? Thank you. Okay, shall we start?
We'll start.
So first image.
Rules. Okay. The same, it has been displayed.
All right.
If you want to pounce, just raise the hands, okay? If
Time
you
for
get it
pounce starts now.
If you get it correct, you will get plus 50 and just minus 5.
Okay, time for pounce has ended. No team has pounced, so I'll go to the next.
Team B, you want to pounce or not?
No.
Okay.
They have to pounce within 10 seconds.
Right. Next. Time for pounce. So team B has pounced.
And C.
C? Team C or pounced? No, only B.
Okay, time for pounce has ended. Team B.
Check whether it is.
Right. So they've got the answer correct. So
So
plus
this ends the
40
round. Good.
for team B.
So he gets, the team gets plus 40. So we'll go to the other clues. Number 3, 4, 5. Any guess? Postgraduates? Right. Phineas Gage. Okay. Right. So team B, congratulations, they've got plus 40. Next question.
So question 2, first image.
Anybody wants to pounce? Team C?
Time for pounce ends now.
Okay. Team C and D has pounced. Write down the answers.
Time for pounds has ended.
Team C, give your answer, please. Just identify the personality, that's it.
Team D, unfortunately, your answer is wrong, so it's minus 50.
Minus 5. Minus 5.
Oh, sorry, minus 5.
Minus 5.
Team C is also wrong, so that's minus 5.
So you get minus 5. So you have another chance. We'll go to the second picture. Anybody wants to pounce? Okay.
Time for
Team
pounds ends.
Team F has
Write down your
pounced. Write down your answer. If you get it correct, you get plus 40, or if it is wrong, it is minus 10. See.
Wrong answer
Wrong
by
answer.
Team F. Next.
So minus 10. So we'll go to the next picture. Next. Must be quick enough. Any team to pounce? No one. So
Okay, so next
next picture. Anybody wants to pounce? Okay, team A and F has pounced.
Please write down your answer.
Write down your answers, please. Be quick. Team A, you have to give the answer.
Team F has got the answer right.
Good. So plus 20 for team F and
Team A also has got the answer right. So this question ends here. So the
so
answer
is none other than Hippocrates. Okay, all these pictures are lead to Hippocrates. Congratulations. Right.
Okay, so next question.
Question 3. Time for pounds. Team F has pounced.
Okay, time for pounds has ended. So B and F have pounced.
Write down your answers.
Okay, so both teams have got it correct. Well done. So the answer expected was?
Wait. So second clue, this is third clue. Fourth, fifth, all lead to Sigmund Freud. Okay, he is an Austrian.
Okay, so question 4.
Next. So we'll go to question 4.
Time for pounds starts now.
Okay, we'll go to the next clue. Anybody? Next.
Time for pounds is ending in 3, 2, 1. Nobody has pounced. Okay, next.
Okay, next. Time.
Okay, I'm going to the next image.
Anybody? If you answer it right, plus 20. Yes.
Okay, so team B, C, and
B,
D.
C, D. A, you are pouncing or not? Team A, you have to lift it high. A, B, C, and D. Write down your answers fast. Right.
Plus 20.
Answers.
Plus 10.
Oh.
No, 20.
Plus 20. Plus 20 minus.
Okay, so A, B, C, D have all got it correct. So plus 20 to all of them.
He is Arenberg. Okay. Right. So next. Question number 5. Can Austria?
Anybody pouncing?
No, not the same. You have to identify. Okay, we'll go to the next. Nobody to pounce.
Okay, anybody pouncing? Okay, team C has pounced.
Team C has pounced. please write down your answers.
Team C, you can just, oh, okay. Team C, time up. Please give your
Give your
answers.
answers.
Quickly.
Write down your personal team.
Team C, you will be disqualified if you don't give now.
So next code.
Team C, it's wrong, so minus 10.
So next clue.
Anybody
to
bouncing?
pounce? Pounce, please lift your hands.
Team D has bounced. Only Team D.
Team E, you want to pounce? Okay. Team D, write down the answer.
Right, so Team D gets it right.
So, logotherapy, proponent of logotherapy, his famous book, Viktor Frankl. Okay.
All right, well done. Team D.
Next.
This is the last, last personality.
Anybody wants to pounce? We'll go to the next clue. Team B is pouncing. Please write it down.
Team
A, B.
If you're pouncing,
Lift your hands. Lift your hands. Okay, team A and B. Let's see. Time for pounce is over. So team A, B and C. Write down your answers. D. Sorry.
give
Team
your
A, B and D.
Okay, Team B and Team D have got it correct. So the answer is?
So they get plus 40 and minus 10. Okay. So these credit to Professor Dr. Sharda Menon. Okay. So we'll come to this end of this session.
Okay,
and
so we'll announce the scores, and then last round we have rapid fire round. So rapid fire round, 10 questions, 100 seconds. We'll start with the team with the lowest marks, okay?
Dr. Nivedita will take over for the rapid fire.
Okay, so last round, we'll start with 10 questions, 100 seconds. So I'll read out the question. If you want to pass and come back, we can do that if time permits. No passes to other teams. Audience, please don't prompt. Thank you. Plus 10 for each correct answer, no negative marking. So you can score a maximum of 100 points in each round. No, don't write. Just hold your mic and answer the question.
Read out the rules. Okay, over to scores for the last 5 rounds. So team A is 95, team B is 230 points, so they are leading now, as of now. And team C is 130, team D is 140, and team E is with 10 marks, and team F is 125. So now the least scorer is team E, so we'll start with
Team E.
Team
Okay.
E. So we'll start with team E. See, this round you can score a lot. Please push on your adrenaline and answer it.
Okay, so team E, just give me your answers. I will not be telling you if it's correct or wrong. We'll display the answers at the end. Okay? So team E, you're set starting now. All right, are you ready? Team E, please check your mic is working. Okay. All right, your questions. Timer, 100 seconds.
Ready?
Yeah, ready? All right, go. Name one proponent of anti-psychiatry. What is bathophobia? Drug of choice for treatment-resistant schizophrenia. Vagal nerve stimulation is used in the treatment of which disorder?
Answer in the mic.
Catatonia.
Wrong. Therapeutic graded exposure is used in which disorder?
OCD, ma'am.
Name one projective test used in children. Stimulus controlled therapy is used as a treatment for which disorder? Cryptamnesia is a type of dementia. True or false?
False.
Persons primarily are concerned with the idea that they are ill with few or no somatic symptoms and excessive health-related behaviors. What is the disorder?
Hypochondriasis.
Actigraphy is used as a rough measure of sleep-wake cycle. True or false?
False.
Okay, so you have some questions left. Name one proponent of anti-psychiatry. What is bathophobia? Drug of choice for treatment-resistant kids?
ECT.
Vagal nerve stimulation, you answered that. Name one projective test used in children. Stimulus control therapy is used as treatment for which disorder? Cryptamnesia is a type of dementia. True or false?
They've answered.
False.
Okay. Okay, so that's your time. Okay, so next.
Team 2. Team A.
Team A, this is your set of questions. Are you ready? Okay. Who coined the term catatonia?
Kolbam.
Expand IPSRT. What is the term used to describe fear of being trapped in spaces from which it is difficult to escape?
Claustrophobia.
What is Elizabeth Kubler-Ross famous for?
Stages of death.
Which cognitive distortion refers to drawing to a conclusion based on limited information?
Next.
Repeated passing of feces into inappropriate places is known as?
Next.
Which commonly used anti-epileptic drug causes hyponatremia?
Valproate.
Louder.
Valproate.
RTMS is indicated for depression. True or false?
True.
The 4 A's of schizophrenia were given by?
Emil Kraepelin.
What are the external cues that help sync the body's circadian rhythm called?
Can you repeat the question?
What are external cues that help sync the body's circadian rhythm called?
So, second answer.
Okay, I'll go back to some questions that you have not answered. Expand IPSRT. What is the term used to describe the fear of being oh, you answered that. Okay.
Wrong.
Which cognitive distortion refers to drawing to a conclusion based on limited information? What is the repeated passing of feces into inappropriate places known as?
Incontinence.
Wrong.
All right, so you have another 2 seconds. All right, your time's up.
Let's just.
Okay, so we'll go to the third set of questions to team
F.
Team F, if you're ready. Okay, so Team F, your first question is, who is the father of Indian psychiatry?
Next question.
What is trypanophobia?
Fear of number 13.
IV ketamine is used in which psychiatric disorder?
Next question.
Deep brain stimulation is proven to be effective in which psychiatric disorder?
Depression.
You said depression. Okay. Name one therapeutic application of biofeedback.
Anxiety.
Name one test for assessing neurocognitive function.
MSc and MMSc.
This psychoanalyst gave his psychosocial developmental stages based on epigenetic principles. Name him.
Next question.
PSEN1 allele gene is linked with Alzheimer's disease. True or false?
False.
Fluctuating attention and alertness, recurrent visual hallucinations, and Parkinson's features are co-features of which type of dementia?
Lewy body dementia.
Rett syndrome is a progressive encephalopathy seen after 6 years of age. Appropriate development. True or false?
True.
I think your time is up. No, okay. So we have some questions. Who is the father of Indian psychiatry?
Please answer into your
Ketamine
mics.
is for psychosis. The
Which question are you answering?
third question.
Okay. First, your answer is?
Psychosis.
Psychosis. You have question 1, question 7 still left.
10 seconds. Over. Time.
Okay, your time
Eric
is up.
Erickson for psychosocial development.
All right, okay. So question 7, they've answered as Eric Erickson.
20 marks. Next.
Okay, so set 4, this is the team in third place.
Fourth place, fourth. Next set for 4.
Third place.
Team C.
Okay, team C, questions to you. Ready? All right. Who coined the term schizophrenia?
Eugene Bleuler.
Expand IPT. What is John Bowlby's contribution to psychiatry?
Father of attachment theory.
Thinking that something is all good or all bad is cognitive distortion known as dichotomous thinking. True or false? Hypervigilance, flashback, and avoidance of triggering stimuli are characteristic symptoms of which disorder?
PTSD.
Answer into your mic. You're not audible.
PTSD.
Language is not a domain tested in the MMSE. True or false? Is not a domain tested in MMSE.
False.
Unfamiliarity in a familiar situation is known as?
Jamayu.
Which drug used in the treatment of depression acts at the melatonergic 1 and 2 receptors?
Agomelatonin.
Parent management training may be used in the treatment of childhood ADHD. True or false?
Next.
Triiodothyronine may be used in the treatment of resistant depression. True or false?
True.
Okay, so your questions which you have left, expand IPT. Question 4, thinking that something is all good or all bad is a
False.
cognitive?
False.
False. Okay. And you have question 9 left.
True.
Okay, time up and you've answered all questions.
Team D.
Okay, so next set of questions to team D. Your time, your questions. Who is the father of American psychiatry, who is also signatory to the United States Declaration of Independence? What is acarophobia?
Fear of height.
Name one non-psychiatric use of lithium.
Pass.
Expand RTMS.
Repeated transcranial magnetic stimulation.
Name the syndrome in which a person with vision loss has visual hallucinations.
Charlotte-Boney syndrome.
Name one projective test to assess personality.
Rorschach test.
Name the woman psychiatrist who expanded on the ego defense mechanisms. Koro is a culture-bound syndrome characterized by complaints that the patient believes as if his penis is shrinking inside his own body. True or false?
True.
The disorder of preoccupation with a perceived defect in appearance or overemphasis of a slight deficit is?
Pass.
Hoover test is used to identify pseudoparalysis. True or false?
True.
Okay, so the question you've left behind, first question, question number 3 and question 7.
Women psychiatrist Hans Saley for 7th one.
7th one?
Hans Saley. 9th one is body dysmorphic disorder.
Okay, so 7 and 9, your time is up.
Next.
Okay, so last set of questions to the last team, Team B. Just sit. Okay, is this mic working? All right, okay. Shall we start with your question? Team B, last set of questions. Who is credited with the concept of social learning theory? What is the minimum age at which a diagnosis of enuresis can be made?
4, ma'am.
Into the mic, so you say 4.
4,
Okay.
ma'am.
Expand YMRS. The stages of grief are denial, anger, dash, depression, and acceptance. Fill in the blanks. Rorschach-King-Plot test is an example of an intelligence test. True or false?
False.
Which drug is theorized as having an artificial alcohol-like action?
Next question.
Memantine is an NMDA receptor agonist. Stay true or false?
Next question.
Irritable mood, argumentative defined behavior, and vindictiveness are characteristic of which childhood disorder?
Fine. Next one.
What is MET? What was B.F. Skinner's contribution to psychiatry?
BF Skinner.
Louder, I can't hear. You have 35 seconds. So whichever question you have not answered also, you can go for it.
7th one.
7th one?
True, ma'am.
True. Memantine is an NMDA receptor agonist. They're saying true.
8th one is ODD, ma'am.
ODD to question 8.
John Bowlby, ma'am. First question.
First question is Bowlby. Alright guys, time's up. Okay, thank you all. That was the last round. We'll just take a break for 5 minutes and announce the scores. Well done to all teams. Thank you for your participation. Can we have a loud round of applause?
I now call. Hello. I now call upon Dr. Bahi Shri ma'am to honor the quizmaster, Dr. Vidya. I now call upon Dr. Bahi Shri ma'am to honor the quizmaster, Dr. Vidya ma'am. I request Dr. Preeti ma'am to honor the Quizmaster Dr. Nivedita ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move on to the next session, that is PG quiz. I call upon the postgraduates to come for the quiz.
We have an announcement. We congratulate the lucky dip winners from present formulation. Dr. Balaguru from Dindigul, Dr. Vetrivel from Tirunelveli, and Dr. C. Bhaskar from Salem. Thank you.
Good morning, all. First of all, I thank the organizing team to giving Velamal Medical College Hospitals for the chance of conducting the UG quiz in this Tanpsycon. And on behalf of our team, we thank you all for the wonderful opportunity given to us. And I also thank our Professor Dr. Ramanujam, who is not here, but he is online visualizing us. And we thank him for allowing us to conduct this program and also encouraging us in doing this program to conduct it successfully. And also all the participants, undergraduates and their departments to encouraging them to expose them into the field of psychiatry. Thank you all, and now over to the scores. So we'll go from the third one. The third winner is the third place goes to Team D, which is Manakula Vinayagar. The participants are Yalini and Sahiti Priya. Okay. And the second place goes to Team C, which is Government Mohan Kumaramangala Medical College, Salem. Congratulations, Suganeshwaran and Gokul. Okay. And the most expected first place is Team B, Indira Medical College, Tiruvallur, Nelson and Sharon Shweta. Congratulations to winner. And on behalf of our team, we congratulate all the participants and also those who participated in the prelims quiz. They've done a wonderful job, and really they've set up a very difficult level for the undergraduate level. Right. Thank you so much.
I now call upon the postgraduates who are selected for the final rounds of PG quiz. PGs who got selected for the final rounds of PG quiz, kindly come out to the stage.
No, sir.
Dr. Shamini from Tirunelveli Medical College.
Dr. Shamini from Dr. Srini Prakash
from Tirunelveli Medical College. Dr. Sri Kritika from Tirunelveli Medical College. Dr. Kalai Chelvi from Salem Medical College. Dr. Mohammad Al Abita from Tirunelveli Medical College. Dr. Saraswati from Salem Medical College. First you take a lot so that we can... very good morning to all. We thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to conduct this postgraduate quiz. Since we are running short of time, we are first putting the lot and teams will be allocated. There are 6 rounds in this postgraduate quiz. First 3 rounds shall be general round, and there is a fourth round, which is a subspecialty round. And 5th round is a AV round, and 6th round is a rapid fire round.
And as far as the prelims was concerned, it was a tough fight. There were some standout performance from IMH and Coimbatore Medical College and Madurai Medical College. They narrowly missed, and at the end, these 6 persons have come here to the final round. So I would like to congratulate the participants of the Madurai Medical College and IMH and Coimbatore Medical College who missed out narrowly just by margin of 1 or 2 questions. So, Madam, please introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Saraswati from Salem Medical College.
Yeah. She shall be team 1.
Team 1.
Yeah.
Dr. Kalai Shelby from Salem Medical College.
Yeah. You are the team 2.
Dr. Shamini from Tirunelveli Medical College.
You will be called as team 3 for the purpose of the quiz. Yes, next.
Dr. Abhita from Tirunelveli Medical College.
Yeah. You are team 4.
Dr. Srini Prakash from Tirunelveli Medical College.
Yeah, you are team 5.
Dr. Sri Kritika from Tirunelveli Medical College.
Yeah, you are team 6. So we will be starting with the team, that is the first participant. This is a general round. Rajesh. நீங்க ஒரு மைக் வச்சு Okay, Rajesh. Start பண்ணிடலாமா?
Yes, sir. So please, sir, please mention who are all from team 8, team 1 to team 6.
That is team 1. Team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Contestant number 1.
Yeah, contestant number 1.
From 1 to 6.
Yeah. Start பண்ணுமா? So we shall start. The first round is a general round. First 3 round is general round. We shall be going from team 1 to team 6. The first person will be getting, if you answer correct, you will have a correct answer mark of 30 marks. If it is passed to the next person, you get 20. And if it is passed to the next person, you get 10. Only 2 passes allowed. And first, the time is 15 seconds for the first person, 5 seconds for the next person, 5 seconds for the next person. If the time is lapsed, you will be hearing a bell. Yes, that is the bell. If the bell is rung, it is passed to the next person. So I am starting with, without much delay, I am starting the first question. So, over to the first question, to the contestant number 1. Scales used for tardive dyskinesia are all except A. AAMS, B. DISCUS, C. ESRS, D. RBANS. Over to the next contestant.
D. RBANS.
Yes, correct answer. Can you abbreviate the other three?
Sir, abnormal involuntary movement scale.
Yeah. Second is dyskinesia identification system, condensed user scale. Third is extrapyramidal symptom rating scale. And in which tardive dyskinesia is assessed as a part. Next question to the contestant 2. So contestant 2 gets 20 marks. Next. Next question. Which is the first drug to be specifically approved by FDA for postpartum depression in adult female?
Allopregnanolone.
No.
Lonanserin.
No. Over to the next contestant.
Brexanolone.
Yes. The answer is brexanolone. Brexanolone is available as an IV formulation. It is an allosteric GABA A modulator and it is available as a IV formulation and it mimics naturally available progesterone. So, third contestant gets 20 marks. So, next question. The acronym ADPMR stands for?
Assessment and mental retardation.
Next person.
Assessment of disability and in mentally retarded. Assessment of.
Next person.
Assessment of disability associated with physical and mental retardation.
Over. It is assessment of disability in persons with mental retardation. And it is a 5-point rating scale which can be used for clinicians in rating disability in persons with mental retardation when a psychologist is not available. Next question. Next question. So fourth candidate. Name the melanocortin receptor agonist FDA approved for hypoactive sexual disorder in premenopausal women.
Flibanserin.
Bremelanotide.
Yes. It is a liquid form. It is available as a liquid formulation as a subcutaneous injection. So bremelanotide is the correct answer, and fifth contestant gets the. So next question. The acronym AARDOC stands for? Pass. Over to the next candidate. Pass. Next. Okay. So the answer is alcohol addiction research domain criteria. It is a criteria where the biological and psychological functions are linked to the neural circuits, and this provides the framework for doing it. Next question. So next question for the sixth candidate. What does the term Restushan denote? It is a German word. What does it denote?
Pass. Pass.
Next. So it goes unanswered. So the answer is residual schizophrenia. It is a German word which denotes residual schizophrenia. So again we start the round 2. This is also a general round. Same rules applicable. The first question for the first candidate. What is Little Albert experiment? Who did it and what did they demonstrate?
It was done using a rat.
Next.
Done by Watson for rat phobia. it for white things they have phobia, and it becomes generalized to even for white
What is
fur.
it? What is it? Can you explain what is the exact term? I give it to you.
Generalized.
It was. I give the answer to you, so she gets the mark. But it was done by Watson and his postgraduate Rainer. It was done to show phobias and classical conditioning in humans. So, but I give the answer to you. Next. 10 to the contestant 3. So, next question. What is Witschel Schutz?
Loosening of association.
Inappropriate and silly joking in frontal lobe damage.
Exactly. So, the contestant 3 gets 20. So, next question to the team 3. Rome's criteria is a criteria used in the diagnosis
Irritable bowel syndrome.
Exactly. 30 to the contestant 3. So, Rome's criteria is criteria used for diagnosing irritable bowel syndrome. On an average, a person with 1 day per week in the previous 3 months should have the following symptoms related to defecation associated with change in stool frequency and associated with change in stool form or appearance. Next question to the team 4. Acquired epileptiform aphasia is also called as dash syndrome. Pass. So, pass.
Lennox test.
No. So, the answer is Landau-Kleffner syndrome, which is associated with agnosia, aphasia, and EEG abnormalities. So, next question to the 5th contestant. What is Magnan's sign?
Cocaine bugs. Tactile hallucination.
Yeah, tactile hallucinations are associated with cocaine. It is also called as formication. Exactly. 30. 7-minute screening test is used for screening. So next to the contestant 1. No.
Sleep disorder.
No. It is used for screening neurocognitive disorders, to be specific dementia. So the components tested are temporal orientation test, enhanced cue recall, and clock drawing and verbal fluency. So over to the round 3. So there is a big surprise for the leader at the end of this round, in the subspecialty round. So do try to catch up. Next. So this round is more of a clinical scenario questions, just a bit lengthy questions. Try just concentrate. So next. To the first contestant, a 40-year-old female patient presented with complaint that she could continue to feel her toothbrush in her hands for up to 15 minutes after she used it. What is the phenomenology called? Second.
Palinopsia.
Spelling?
Pallinopsia.
Palinapsia.
Palinapsia is the correct. I give it to the contestant number 3. Palinopsia is visual images persisting after the stimulus. This is tactile, sensation persisting after the stimulus. So next, over to the contestant 2. 10 to contestant number 3. Team 2. So, 28-year-old woman comes to the physician requesting genetic counseling. Her father has been diagnosed with Huntington's disease. What is the woman's risk of developing this disease?
50%.
Exactly. I give it to you. So, it is an autosomal dominant condition and the chances of inheritance is 1 in 2, 50%. So, next question to the contestant number 3. A previously healthy 60-year-old man undergoes a corneal transplant. 3 months later, he is profoundly demented, demonstrates myoclonic jerks on examination, and has an EEG that shows periodic bursts of electrical activity superimposed on a slow background.
Truthful checkup.
Exactly. That is from the infected corneal transplant. So 30 to contestant number 3. Next question. Team 4. A young man has felt consistently sleepy during the day for as long as he can remember. Although he sleeps from 9 to 11 hours every night, he wakes up unrefreshed and needs to take a nap at least once a day in order to function. According to his partner, he does not snore and he does not kick her while sleeping. Aside from the difficulties caused by his chronic sleepiness, his history is unremarkable. What is the most likely diagnosis?
Hypersomnia. Hypersomnolence.
Okay, I give it to you. So it is primary hypersomnia. So 30 to contestant 4. So team 5. A 18-year-old teen is seen by a psychiatrist in the emergency room during his history. The patient is asked to describe his mood. He answers the following: my mood is flexitating. I am up and down. What's the phenomenology exhibited by the client? Over to contestant number 6. One. So the question goes unanswered. The answer is neologism. So flexitating, the neologism is either the use of completely made up word or a phrase, or the use of an existing word or a phrase in an idiosyncratic manner. So over to contestant number 6, your direct question. A 24-year-old woman lives with her mother, whom she intensely dislikes. She feels embarrassed by this and compensates by hovering over her mother, attending to her every need. What ego defense mechanism is being used by this woman?
Reaction formation.
Exactly, thank you. So, 30. Now, can we know the scores? So actually, next round is a subspecialty round. The leader will get to choose first. Since psychiatry is going towards subspecialization, we thought we should have a round about subspecialty. So the leader at the end of this round will get to choose the subspecialty of his or her choice. I'll give you 6 subspecialties. You can choose from either of it. And let's see what's the score, and we'll decide who will be choosing first.
At the end of round 3, Team A has scored nil points, Team B has scored 50 points, Team D has scored 30 points, Team E has scored 50 points, Team F has scored 30 points, and Team C has taken the lead of 120 points.
So who will choose first?
Team C.
But is there any
tie?
No, no tie.
No tie.
No tie.
So Team C first, followed by?
Tie is between, yes sir, B and E has scored 50 points, D and F has scored 30 points.
So there will be a tiebreaker question because we need a clear-cut leader. But this is not for, there are no scores Just this is a tiebreaker question. So first tiebreaker is between the persons who have scored 50. Who are they?
Team C, Team B, and D. I'm sorry,
Between
Team
you
D
and
E.
So I'll show the question. One who knows the answer, raise your hand, and you will be. You should answer. If you answer, you lead. But this is not for. There's no score for this question. Okay. So tiebreaker question. A 58-year-old man has a
Frontal
brain
lobe.
lesion that causes him to feel euphoric, laugh uncontrollably, joke and make puns. Where is the brain lesion most likely located?
Frontal lobe. Orbitofrontal.
Okay. Huh? Yes. Okay, I give it to you. So you will be ahead of her in choosing the subspecialty. Next between those who have scored 30.
D and F.
D and F. So, next tiebreaker question. A young girl who was underweight and hypotonic in infancy is obsessed with food, eats compulsively at the age of 4, is grossly overweight, she is argumentative, oppositional and rigid, she has a narrow face, almond-shaped eyes, and a small mouth. What's the most likely diagnosis? So I'll also give you another tiebreaker question. You know the answer? Eh? Answer solliru. It is Praderwilli. She has told the answer. So another tiebreaker question. A 50-year-old man notes that several times per week he has a hallucination of a smell of burning rubber. He is diagnosed with complex partial seizures. Which region of the brain is most likely to show a discharging focus on the EEG?
Temporal.
Temporal lobe specifica.
Uncus.
I give it to her. So it is uncinate fits. So she will be ahead of you, and so team C you will get to choose first, then followed by
Team B.
Team B, then
followed by Team F.
Team F, and you. So next round. So round 4 is subspecialty round. So the leader gets to choose first. 5 questions in 1 minute. The first question, no passing allowed. If you leave a question, the question is lapsed. The first question carries 10 marks. Second question carries 20 marks. Third question 30. Fourth question 40. Fifth question is 50. We believe that it is in increasing severity. The question is in increasing severity. So, so I give you the choice for the subspecialties. So forensic psychiatry, addiction psychiatry, organic psychiatry, geriatric psychiatry, consultation liaison psychiatry, child psychiatry. What is your choice? Once this choice is taken, other candidates cannot take it. So team C, what is your choice?
Organic psychiatry.
Organic psychiatry, okay. We go to organic psychiatry for team.
Let others also choose, sir.
Illa. Subsequent organic psychiatry is chosen, so you have to choose from the other 5. So our last person will not have choice. It is on you. So
shall I open organic psychiatry?
Organic psychiatry for this person. So, the first question for you is, this question carries 10 marks. Anosognosia is caused by a lesion in the non-dominant temporal lobe. State whether the statement is true or false.
False.
Yes, 10. It is so the lesion is, where is the lesion?
Parietal lobe.
Non-dominant parietal lobe. So the next question. Psychogenic blindness can be differentiated from true blindness by the ability to evoke.
Test கேக்குறீங்களா?
Test. What clinical sign?
Fogging.
No.
Next question. Shall I come later?
No. Once question is.
Light reflex.
No. The answer is optokinetic nystagmus. So this question goes unanswered. Question 3. Mary's paper test is used to assess dash lobe functioning.
Occipital.
No. It is temporal lobe. As a part of aphasia assessment, Mary's paper test is used, where comprehension and other things are tested. Next question. What is CADASIL?
Full form.
Full form.
Cerebral autosomal dominant, arteriopathy, associated with subcortical infarct, leukoencephalopathy.
Exactly. So that is not the question. The question is, CADASIL is characterized by all of the following except seizures, migraine, depression, hypertension.
Depression.
No.
Hypertension.
But the answer answer is hypertension. Because CADASIL is characterized by transient ischemic attacks, seizures, psychiatric disturbance, headache, migraine attacks is also a characteristic feature. So next question. This is the last question for you. She has answered two or one? One question. This is the last question. Identify the psychiatrist and his contribution to neuropsychiatry.
Hansberger EEG.
Exactly. 50 to you. And so you have answered two questions, the first question and the fifth question. So your score shall be 60 at the end of this round. So the next person, B, what is your choice? So you have child psychiatry, geriatric psychiatry, consultation liaison, addiction and forensic.
Sir, I think all four can choose and fix it.
All four can choose.
Choose and fix it.
Sir, choose பண்ணிருங்க. On the slide, Rajesh.
இது escape கொடுங்களேன். இது பண்ணுங்க. ஆஃப் பண்ணுங்க. ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா?
Child psychiatry for me.
Child psychiatry. Your choice. So the next person, who is the next person? You. What is your choice? So child psychiatry and organic psychiatry is taken. What is your choice? Addiction psychiatry. So next person, you. So what is your choice? Remaining consultation liaison, forensic and geriatric. Forensic. Okay. So your choice? Liaison. So yours is naturally geriatric. So we'll go to team B, child psychiatry. So, over to the first question. According to DSM-5, to diagnose encopresis, the age of the child should be at least dash.
4 years old.
Exactly, correct. You get 10. Next question. So the next question is, lithium is FDA approved for use in children greater than dash years of age.
$12.
Your guess is correct. It is. So, I give you 20. Next question. According to DSM-5, the various levels of severity in intellectual disability are defined on the basis of
IQ, intelligent quotient.
So, Since you have answered, the question goes, but the answer is adaptive functioning. It's not IQ. Fourth question. What is McDonald's triad?
Don't know, sir.
You don't know the answer. So it is a triad in a child. If there are three triads which are known as the McDonald's triad, it consists of enuresis, fire setting, and animal cruelty. It is a forerunner of serious offenses in the future. But this question goes unanswered. The next question. What does this picture depict? What is this exactly? You know? Okay. So it Snozellan. Yes, exactly. It is Snozellan is a multimodal sensory therapy used in children with autism. It can also be used in brain damaged patients and demented patients. So she has answered two questions, and first and second question, 30. So the next candidate, addiction psychiatry. So, shall I start the first question? You're ready. Name the support group specifically designed for teenage children, younger relatives, and friends of alcoholics.
Alcohol Anonymous.
No. It is Alatin. ALATEN. So the next question. In comparative nosology, the term nicotine dependence was replaced by the terminology tobacco use disorder. In DSM-2, DSM-3, DSM-5, DSM-4 revised version.
DSM-5.
Yes, the correct answer is DSM-5. He gets 20. Next question. Pathos is a screening questionnaire that is used to identify. Don't know. So, it's sexual addiction. So, next question. According to Gavin and Kleber, the first phase of cocaine withdrawal is called as crash, withdrawal, extinction, knockoff. Any guess?
Crash.
Crash is correct. So, 40. Next question. The technique developed by Alan Marlett that is used to get through an urge without acting on impulses or engaging in it is called as urge control, urge surfing, urge suppression, urge coping.
Urge coping.
No.
Control.
It is urge surfing. So he has answered two questions. How much? How 60. 60 is your score at end of this. So next, who is the next one? Your choice was forensic psychiatry. Okay. So the first question is, who is the father of forensic psychiatry? Okay, answer. It is Paul Zakias. Next question. Passive euthanasia is legal in India. True, false?
false?
Actually, it is true. Since 2018, it has been legalized with strict guidelines. Next question. An unlawful killing, which is not a murder, is termed as manslaughter in USA. What is the equivalent term to manslaughter in India? Okay. It is culpable homicide. So the next questions. It is a match the following question. If you should match all the four. If you match two, I give half the mark. So section 96, section 94, section 95, section 97 of Mental Health Act. This side is emergency treatment, restricts use of psychosurgery as treatment, regulates use of physical restraint and seclusion, prohibits the use of ECT without anesthesia. So for section 9, what is the answer for section 96?
Section 97 restricts use of psychosurgery as treatment.
Okay.
Section 96 prohibits use of ECT without anesthesia.
Okay. Just commit, we'll see the answer at the end.
Section 94 emergency treatment. Section 95 regulates use of physical restraints and seclusion.
So
96.
96.
Section 94 emergency treatment. Section 95 prohibits use of ECT without anesthesia. 96 restricts use of psychosurgery as treatment. Section 97 regulates use of physical restraints and seclusion.
So we'll go to the answer slides.
We have not memorized the answer, so we'll see the answers.
Yeah, okay. Okay. What was your answer? First, section 96. Ke? Yeah, you tell the choice. A, B, C. For section 96, B or C? I'll just note down so that I won't get confused.
We have to cross verify. So
for section 96,
wait.
What's your choice?
94. 96 regulates use of restricts use of psychosurgery as treatment.
B. Okay. 94.
94 emergency treatment.
Okay. 95.
Prohibits use of ECT without anesthesia.
Okay. 97.
97 regulates use of physical restraints and seclusion.
So let's see the answer. You are correct at the end. So I give you 40. So the next question. So identify the persons and state the relevance to psychiatry. There are three persons. What is their relevance to psychiatry?
McNaughton.
Persons. First you identify the persons.
Second is British Prime Minister.
No. First person, this one on the left hand side. Okay, so the question goes unanswered. The persons are Jodie Foster, actress in the movie Taxi Driver, US President Ronald Reagan. Third is John Hinckley Jr. John Hinckley Jr. tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan to impress Jodie Foster, with whom he had an obsessional fixation. He was found not guilty by the reason of legal insanity and remained under institutional psychiatric care for over 3 decades. He was released from jail on June 2022. So, how many she has answered?
She has answered 4th, sir.
4th question.
Yeah.
So you get 40 at the end of this question. Next person. Consultation license, I guess. So The first question is multiple choice question. The following antipsychotics have high potential for triggering seizures except chlorpromazine, loxapine, zolpidem, risperidone.
Risperidone.
Exactly. I give you 10. Sir, next question. A 35-year-old female presents to the casualty with the below shown lesions. Name the sign and what is the psychodermatological condition. If you say the sign, half mark, and if you say both, we'll give you full.
Acute intermittent porphyria.
No. So the answer is, it is drip sign which is seen in psychodermatitis artifacta, also called as factitious dermatitis. This drip sign is corrosive fluids are poured on the patient's and the abrasions correspond to the area of dripping liquid. Next question. A 38-year-old man comes to his physician with complaints of impaired ejaculation. He is on the following medications: perpenicillin, digoxin, and propranolol. He is also receiving methadone treatment and admits to periodic cannabis use. Which substance is the most likely culprit in his problems with ejaculation? Perpenicillin, digoxin, propranolol, methadone, and cannabis.
Propranolol.
No. The answer is perpenicillin. Others cause erection difficulty. This is ejaculation difficulty. So, the next question. What is Lombard effect and its use in psychiatry? The picture has a clue. Answer. So the Lombard effect is the Lombard reflex is the involuntary tendency of speakers to increase their vocal effort when speaking in loud noise to enhance the audibility of their voice. Since the effect is involuntary, it is used to detect malingering in those feigning deafness. So next question. This is a case scenario. A 50-year-old man who had undergone a recent kidney transplant was admitted to the clinic due to multiple episodes of seizures. He had no history of seizures or alcoholism. His transplantation was uneventful. He was prescribed prednisolone, tacrolimus, mycophenolate, acyclovir, cotrimoxazole, atenolol, and enalapril. On the day of presentation, he experienced severe headache, confusion, visual hallucination, and tonic-clonic seizure-like activity. MRI brain revealed posterior white matter hyperintensities. Psychiatrist on consultation attributed his symptoms to the immunosuppressant, and the condition was completely reversed on supportive measures and immunosuppressive dosage adjustment. What is the exact clinical condition described here? Posterior white matter hyperintensities with psychiatric manifestations and seizures, and reversed on immunosuppressant withdrawal.
Posterior reversible encephalopathy.
Exactly.
Syndrome.
Very good. This is posterior reverse encephalopathy syndrome seen with immunosuppressants like tacrolimus and some steroids. So you get 50.
So totally 60.
Totally you have scored 60 at the end of this round. So last person. So geriatric psychiatry. The first question is, presenile dementia is dementia onset before
60 years, sir. 65 years, sir.
60 or 65? Commit. Time is running up.
60 years.
No. It's 65 years of age. So, next question is, but this is wrong answer. Next question is, most common EEG change observed in old age is slow alpha, increased fast activity, diffuse slowing, focal abnormalities in the frontal region. Most common. Commit some answer.
Slow alpha.
Actually, all these things are seen in old age. The most common is diffuse slowing. Next question. Psychotropics metabolized by glucuronidation are unaffected in elderly. True or false?
False.
Actually, answer is true. Next question. In Adenbrock's cognitive assessment, what are the 5 cognitive domains tested and a score above dash is considered normal? 30 marks for the first question, 10 for the second. So, actually, the answer is 88. 88 score above 88 is considered normal. Total score is 100. The components tested are attention, memory, fluency, language, and visuospatial processing, just like MMSE. So, next question. What is Camdex? Okay. Actually, it is an interview scheduled named as Cambridge Mental Disorder of the Elderly Examination. It consists of interviewing the patient, neuropsychological assessment like Hutchinson Index, and the interviewing the informant. The structured interview is called as Camdex. So, you haven't answered anything at the end of this round, so you don't score any marks. So, it is the end of both round. Now we go to the audiovisual and rapid fire round. Audiovisual round shall be buzzer type round. Over to Dr. Aishwarya for conducting the audiovisual round. Just raise your hand when the audiovisual is played. Is the buzzer working?
So good morning one and all. We'll move on to the audio-visual round. So this round, it will be a buzzer type round. Let's check the buzzer once before we start. A, B, C, D, E, and F.
We have to press.
Okay, fine. So in this buzzer round, the chance will be given to those who press the buzzer first, and those who answer correctly will be given 30 points, and those who answer, if you answer it wrongly, 20 marks will be subtracted from your total score, okay? And we have a set of 12 questions, and we'll see 12 to 15 questions, and videos will also be played along with this. So now, is there any doubts regarding this round? Shall we start? Yeah. Start. E, identify this picture. No, it's wrong. So it is actually no passing. No passing in this round. So it's a wrong answer for you. It is actually LSD intoxication Rayleigh phenomenon. Coming to the second question.
Reset continue.
Identify this. C.
Insulin coma therapy by Manfred Sauer.
Correct. Excellent. Next question. Identify this anatomical structure which is highlighted. It is very closely related with temporal lobe. A.
Uncus.
Sorry, it is parahippocampal gyrus.
She gets a negative.
It's a negative mark for you. Next. Relate the picture. Relate the picture and identify the person who is there in this and what psychiatric condition is he suffering from in this.
Suffering from autism.
Okay, correct?
I don't know the person.
Okay, we'll give you half the points for this. Okay, this Rain Man is the movie in which Justin Hoffman displays the autism in this. And the person is Lawrence Kimpy. He's a mega savant. Okay, next. Identify this personality and what psychological illness she's suffering from.
Diana, bulimia nervosa.
And one more. Okay.
Borderline personality.
Okay, we'll give you a score for this. Right.
Score for Team B.
Team B.
Team B. She also suffered from postpartum.
She also suffered from postpartum depression. Next, identify this. Correlate and identify this. It's a study related with the picture shown here. Okay. So it is actually Eagle's study, which was a multicentric placebo-controlled study. Adverse events in a global smoking cessation study actually. It was done across 5 continents and results were published. Next. Correlate the picture and identify the condition which is depicted here.
Winston Churchill.
B. Yeah, please answer.
Depression, he described it as black dog.
Correct, exactly. Very nice. So its black dog is used to symbolically represent melancholia, and Winston Churchill was the first who used to say his mood episodes as being black dog. Next. Identify this. It's a test used to assess some aspect of child's. Okay, this is 3-mountain task which was developed by Jean Piaget to assess the visual perception. Taking a child, the doll will be placed in all the 3 various aspects, and the child has to say as to how the doll sees all the 3 mountains. Next. Now correlate the picture and identify the person and in what way it is significant to psychiatry. This is the famous movie, One Flew Over a Cuckoo's. No, the marks will not be given for that.
Antisocial personality.
Sorry, it's wrong. So the person is David Rosenthal. He conducted an experiment wherein 8 people were sent to psychiatric hospitals. That is, they were sane persons, they were sent to a psychiatric hospital. In that movie also, Jack Nicholson plays as if he is a psychiatric patient. Okay, next. You'll be getting a minus mark, okay? Next. So really correlate the picture and identify this. It's seen in one of the lesions. Okay, it's a Donald Duck talk seen in pseudobulbar palsy lesions, which was formerly called as buccal speech. Next. connect the pictures and identify the collage, and you have to also say the place of study. Connect the pictures. It was a study which was done in India. D. Yes, exactly, correct. And place of study?
This is similar to connections around in Vijay TV.
Yeah? Please answer in your mic.
So Sophocles study, Lucknow, Agra, and
Okay, you have to say all the three places for you to get full marks. So it was Lucknow, Vellore, and Chennai. So for custody. Okay.
She will be getting.
So you'll be getting half the marks. Next. Identify this. E. Sorry?
Transcoalescing crib.
No, it's wrong, sorry. Exactly what it
You're
is.
coming near to the answer. So the name of the crib or where it is first used.
You can say where it was first used or in what condition was it used. Okay, fine. So this is Utica crib, which was invented in New York State. It was previously used as a mode of treatment for psychiatric patients in lunatic asylum. Negative marks will be given. Next will be a video. At the end of the video, you have to say what clinical condition is being described in that.
Play ஆயிடுமா அப்படி இது கிளிக் பண்ணா ப்ளே நெக்ஸ்ட் பண்ணா ஓகே ஆன்சர் போடு ஆன்சர் போடு ஓகே
C.
Gelastic epilepsy.
Sorry. So,
go for the answer.
No password.
No. Shall I display the answer?
Narcolepsy.
Yeah. It is actually cataplexy, which is seen in narcolepsy.
There in the video, the friend was laughing. She was not laughing. So I think you heard the laugh and.
Okay. The next video.
Play கொடுத்துலாமா
E. Yeah, correct. Dystonia. What trick has been employed in that? You have
Just
to answer
an
that.
antagonistic.
Excellent. Very good. It's just an antagonist. It's a sensory trick used by the patients to relieve the cervical dystonia. Next. Identify this. C.
Wing beating.
So it was first buzzer was pressed by C. Wing beating tremor seen in?
Wilson's.
Exactly. Correct. So at the end of the AV round, scroll up. Okay, fine. Okay, we'll move on to the rapid fire round. We at the end of rapid fire round, we'll display you the scores. So in rapid fire round, we have a set of 10 questions for each person, each participant, and you will get a correct answer means you will get plus 30 points, and if it is a wrong answer, you will be deducted 10 points from your original score, and there is no passing around in this from one team to another. However, if you are not able to answer the particular set of question in your set of questions, then you can say pass on that question and move on to the next one. Okay. So we'll start from team A. Yeah, you can come again. We'll start from 1 to 10, and in between, if you say pass, you can skip that question and you can come back to that question later. Time is 1 minute. Within this 1 minute, you have to answer all the 10 questions. So we'll start from participant number 1, and then we'll move on to the rest of the participants. Start. Ivan Pavlov won Nobel Prize for?
Classical conditioning.
Sorry, wrong. What is Ganser syndrome?
It is the dissociative disorder.
Okay, wrong. What is Silagomania?
Pass.
What is Heschel-Gyrai, where it is located?
Pass.
Okay, name a Spari.
Velasodon.
Sorry?
Velasodon.
Okay, correct. Inferiority complex is emphasized by?
Inferiority complex. Alfred Adler.
Correct. High potency vitamin therapy is given in?
Pass.
5p minus syndrome is commonly known as?
Cry-do-chat.
Correct. Define cataplexy.
It is a sudden
So okay, your time is over. So let's have a look at all the questions and the answers.
Shall I explain the answers?
Yeah. So Ivan Pavlov won Nobel Prize for his work on physiology of digestion. Ganser syndrome is syndrome of appropriate answers. Silagomania is hoarding of rubbish, which is seen in Diogenes syndrome. Heschel-Gyrai is primary auditory cortex, that is in the temporal lobe. Spari is, as you correctly said, Vilazodone. Next. Inferiority complex was first emphasized by Alfred Adler. High potency vitamin therapy is given in alcoholics. 5p minus syndrome, as he correctly said, Cry-du-chat. Cataplexy is sudden brief loss of muscle tone, which is triggered by emotions. And knife blade appearance, which seen in MRI, is usually depictive of frontotemporal dementia. Okay. Now moving on to the second participant. Yes, a start question. Igas Moniz won Nobel Prize for?
Psychosurgery.
Correct. What is Kuvat syndrome?
In men, pregnancy develops symptoms of pregnancy while wife is pregnant.
Correct. What is astrophobia?
Fear of lightning.
Correct. Which part of brain is called island of Reel?
No idea.
Okay. Mood stabilizer used in euphoric mania?
Lithium.
Correct. Transactional analysis is psychoanalytic theory developed by?
Eric Berne.
Correct. Initial euphoria followed by sedation is called?
No idea.
Fortification spectra is seen in?
Migraine.
Correct. The predominant symptom of Pisa syndrome is?
A truncal dystonia.
Correct. Hummingbird sign is seen in?
PSP.
Correct. Which part of brain is called island of Reel?
No.
Okay. Initial euphoria followed by sedation is called? Okay. Shall we display the answers? An excellent work by participant number 2. So Igas Moniz won the Nobel Prize for prefrontal leucotomy, psychosurgery. Kuvat syndrome is, as she correctly said, men of pregnant partners, they experience pregnancy symptoms. Astrophobia is fear of lightning. Island of Reel is insula. And mood stabilizer used in euphoric mania is lithium. Eric Berne was the introductor of transactional analysis. Initial euphoria followed by sedation is called nodding off. Fortification spectra is seen in migraine. Pisa syndrome is predominantly truncal dystonia, and hummingbird sign is seen in progressive supranuclear palsy. Correct. Now we'll move on to the third participant. We'll start. Stanley Prusner won Nobel Prize for?
Prions.
Correct. Holiday heart syndrome is?
Cardiac arrhythmia and alcoholic binge.
Correct. What is Cotard syndrome?
Nihilistic delusion.
Correct. Part of the brain which is involved in habit learning?
Pass.
Clozapine causes hypersiluria due to?
Pass.
Okay. Attachment theory was proposed by?
Bowlby.
Correct. Roid rages?
Steroid. Anabolic steroid use disorder.
Explain please further.
Rage of anxiety and...
okay, fine. We'll give it to you. Landau's phenomenon
for
is?
pass.
Buffet delirante is a French equivalent of which ICD diagnosis?
Acute polymorphic psycho.
Okay, I'll give it to you. It's
Okay,
acute psychosis.
okay,
Caudate atrophy and box-shaped ventricle is seen in?
Pass.
Okay.
Go to the first page, please.
Okay. Part of the brain which is involved in habit learning?
Hippocampus.
Sorry, wrong. Clozapine causes hypersiluria due to? Okay. It's a good work by participant number 3 as well. So we'll have a look at the answers. Stanley Prusner won Nobel Prize for discovering prions. Holiday heart syndrome, as she correctly said, it's alcohol-induced atrial arrhythmias. Cotard syndrome is delusional belief that one's body part is missing or it's dying or doesn't exist. The part of brain which is involved in habit learning is caudate nucleus. Clozapine causing hypersiluria is due to many mechanisms, one of which is alpha-1 alpha-2 block, M4 agonism, and reduced esophageal motility. Attachment theory is proposed by John Bowlby. Roid rage is violent behavior which is seen as a result of taking anabolic steroids. Landau phenomenon, otherwise known as alternative psychosis, is disappearance of epileptiform discharges concomitant with the appearance of psychosis. Buffet delirante is French term for acute psychosis, and caudate atrophy is seen in Huntington's disease. Now we'll move on to the fourth participant. Shall we start? Julius Wagner Jorek won Nobel Prize for?
Malarial infection. Malarial fever therapy.
Yes, I'll give it to you for... okay, correct.
It is due to the degeneration of corpus callosum.
Yes, correct. Define onychotelomania?
Say pass.
Okay. Name any two cerebellar nuclei?
Deep cerebellar nuclei and...
no, you have to be specific.
Say pass.
Okay. Antidepressant causing priapism?
Pass.
Self-actualization theory is proposed by?
Maslow's.
Correct. What is meow meow? Is the street name of?
Methamphetamine.
No, sorry. Say, squid sensor is used in?
Pass.
Okay. Matchbox sign is seen in?
Egg bomb syndrome.
Correct. Eye of a tiger sign is seen in?
Haloverton spots.
Correct. Onychotelomania is? Any two cerebellar nuclei? Okay, your time is up. So we'll have a look at the answers. So Julius Wagner won the Nobel Prize for malaria inoculation in patients with the dementia paralytica, that is syphilis. And Maciej-Fawcett-Bignami syndrome, there is a degeneration of corpus callosum. Onychotelomania is self-induced trauma to the nail, either by nail picking or pulling. Cerebellar nuclei are four there: dentate, globose, emboliform, and vestigial. Antidepressant causing priapism is trazodone. Self-actualization theory is Abraham Maslow. Meow meow is mephedrine actually. Squid sensor is used in magnetoencephalography. Matchbox sign is seen in delusional parasitosis, and eye of tiger sign is seen in Haloverton-Spatz disease. So we'll go to the fifth participant. Nobel Prize for discovery of MRI was won by?
Pass.
Okay. Kojinikov syndrome is? Name to trypanophobia is?
Fear of needles.
Okay, I'll give it to you, correct? Name to neuroglial cells?
Pass.
Ratio of buprenorphine to naloxone in a fixed dose combination and its route of administration?
1:4. 4:2.
Okay. I'll give you half mark for, you can't give mark for that. Okay. Anima and animus is described by?
Alfred Adler.
Sorry, wrong. What is magic mint?
Pass.
MMSE was coined by?
Holstein.
Correct. What is Hoover's sign?
Conversion disorder, pseudoparalysis.
Okay, I'll give it to you. Tigroid appearance is in MRI is seen in brain
Pass.
MRI?
Pass.
Okay, I'll repeat the questions. Kojinikov syndrome. Are you willing to attempt the other questions? Trypanophobia. Okay, fine. Name to neuroglial cells. Okay, we'll have a look at the answers. Good work by participant number 5. So, Nobel Prize for the discovery by MRI was by Paul Lauterbur and Peter Mansfield. Kojinikov syndrome is epilepsia partialis continua. Trypanophobia is fear of injection and related medical procedures. Neuroglial cells are microglia, oligodendrocytes, astrocytes, and ependymal cells. The buprenorphine and naloxone ratio 4:1 is actually, and it's in the sublingual route. And anima animus is given by Carl Gustav Jung. Magic mint is Salvia divinorum, which is a plant which has hallucinogenic properties, and it's the kappa agonist. MMSE is currently coined by Folstein, as you correctly said. Hoover's sign is to differentiate conversion, that is to separate organic from non-organic parasites. And tigroid appearance is seen in Pelizaeus Musbachus disease or metachromatic leukodystrophy. We'll go to the participant number 6. Shall we start? Yeah. Eric Kandel won Nobel Prize for?
Habituation desensitization.
In what? Okay, fine. Donkey dust is another name for?
Pass.
Triskaidekaphobia is?
Pass.
Foramen of Monro connects?
Lateral ventricles to third ventricle.
Correct. Valbenazine is used for?
Pass.
Common sense psychiatry is coined by?
Pass.
What is legal high?
$80 to $120 milligram per deciliter of blood alcohol concentration.
No, it's wrong, sorry. Name any 2 types of confabulation.
False memory syndrome.
Name the type of
Types of confabulation.
Autobiographical and fantastic confabulation.
The next, okay, fine, we'll give it to you. Gritta in abdomen is seen in?
Factitious disorder.
Okay, correct. Tanpsycon sign is seen in? Brain MRI.
Pass.
Okay. Okay, the time is up. Goodbye by participant number 6. So we'll have a look at the answers as well. Eric Kandel won Nobel Prize for his role of synapses in memory and learning. And donkey dust is the street name for ketamine. Triskaidekaphobia is fear of 13. Foramen of Monro connects lateral and third ventricles. Valbenazine is a VMAT2 inhibitor used for tardive dyskinesia. Common sense psychiatry was coined by Adolf Meyer. Legal high is a substance with a psychotropic property which is not banned by legislation. Confabulation types are momentary, fantastic, spontaneous, and provoked. Gritta in abdomen is seen in Munchausen syndrome, and Tram-Track sign is seen in Sturge-Weber syndrome. Now we'll
So good afternoon, everyone. So the points are being calculated. We have a round for the audience. So identify the picture and explain. Who first used this method of, it's a treatment method. Father of American psychiatry. Okay. This is a...
Please, one person.
It's only for the audience.
Any one person, you stand and...
Okay. One from the last row.
Right.
Benjamin Rush, what is the name of the chair and tranquilizer chair? So what is his idea behind using this chair? The concept is, he thought that the increased blood flow to the brain is one of the cause for insanity. So when the patient is made to sit in this position, due to gravitational force, the blood flow to the brain will be reduced. Going to the second question. Identify the person. Indian? Okay, sir. Right answer. Kirendra Sekhar Bose, founder of Indian Psychoanalytical Society. A historical method of treatment used to treat insanity. What is this method? Okay, sir. I give it to you. Dr. Godson, sir. This is method used by Joseph Mason Cox, and he employed this method to treat insanity, where the patient will be made to rotate in a vertical axis. There are also horizontal axis used. This is a connection round. So connect the picture and identify. There are 4 pictures displayed. So connect and it will be easy to identify. A syndrome. Who is going to answer? Please raise your hand. Sir? No, sir. No. First picture is going around the world for a tour. I have given the clue. Yes. Tour 8 syndrome. So identify the person. She's Nancy Andreasen, and she's also editor of Oxford Textbook of Psychiatry, and who formulated SANS scale for negative symptoms in schizophrenia. So identify this person. Sorry, sir. Right answer, sir. So von Graf Ebbing is a German psychiatrist. He studied human sexuality and wrote a famous book called Psychopathia Sexualis. So clinical scenario, a 44-year-old man has had a traumatic injury to his brain. Since the action, he has appeared inattentive and undermotivated. He tends to linger on trivial thoughts and echoes on the examiner's examination. Which area of the man's brain is likely to be traumatized? Anatomical question. He is inattentive, undermotivated. Yes, sir. Dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. A 38-year-old cinema actor was brought to the emergency room with the complaints of aggressiveness, undisciplined and inappropriate activity, excessive use of alcohol and reduced sleep for the last 5 days. His family revealed that he has been similar disturbances 3 years back and diagnosed as a case of bipolar disorder. On examination, you find him intoxicated and uncooperative for the interview. First, what is the initial step in the management? Sir? So who is answering, sir? Dr. Sendil Kumaran or Dr. Vinod? So, Dr. Sendil Kumaran, sir. The first step according to Mental Health Care Act is do a capacity assessment under section 81. If it is a cinema actress, we can take a selfie, sir. A 5-year-old child presented with a history of heightened startle reflex characterized by eye blinking, arching of head and abduction of the upper arm, movement of the trunk and bending of knees in response to loud noise. He walks with unsteady gait and at times he becomes stiff like a log and falls to the ground without a loss of consciousness. In response to... Let others answer, sir. So it is hyperexplexia. There will be exaggerated response to any startles, usually seen in infants and young child. It is a rare neurological disorder. So under which section of MHCA 2017 is suicide decriminalized? Dr. Sankar Shah need not answer, sir. They will think that I have revealed the question. Any guess? Section. It's for the audience. Section 115. Somebody from the back row. Who answered? The same pen will be given. So which section of IPC deals with abetment of suicide? (309) Sorry, sir. It's 306, sir. Dyslexic, sir. Triad of Salam attacks, hips arrhythmia and arrest of psychomotor development is seen in Dash syndrome. Dr. Vinod, West syndrome. State whether that statement is true or false. Epilepsy and cognitive impairment in tuberous sclerosis is more severe in those with TSC2 mutation. So we all know this famous actor who recently committed suicide. So what is the clinical diagnosis he had? No, sir. He attempted suicide, sir. The clinical condition he was diagnosed with. His wife recently gave an interview where she told the diagnosis. Sir? No, sir. Actually, it's a neurological condition, sir. So, near answer, sir. He suffered from Lewy body dementia, sir. Anke Sultan, sir. Last question. What is this? So please raise your hand, sir. I do not.
Snout spasm.
A snout spasm seen in catatonia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's time to honor the quizmasters. I call upon Dr. Arun Prasna, sir, to honor Dr. Lloyd, sir. Sorry. Dr. Karthik, sir, will honor Dr. Lloyd, sir, and Dr. Rajesh, sir. Dr. Karthik sir will honor Dr. Rajesh sir. I call upon Dr. Vidya ma'am to honor the quiz masters Dr. Vidhu Prabha ma'am and Aishwarya ma'am. I request Dr. Abhirami ma'am to honor Dr. Aishwarya ma'am.
So much awaited results. So we congratulate all the participants who have participated, and place 3 goes to Dr. Abhita from Tirunelveli, who has scored 255. Place 2 goes to Dr. Kalai Chelvi from Salem, who has scored 385. And place 1 goes to Dr. Shamini from Tirunelveli, who has scored 400. Just 15 marks difference between the place 1 and 2. Congratulations.
Thank you, PG Quiz Masters, for rocking the stage. We now move on to the valedictory event.
Check. Check. Test.
Okay. So we start with the valedictory event. I now call upon the IPS Tamil Nadu State President, Dr. Malayappan, over to the dais. I call upon IPS Tamil Nadu President-elect, Dr. Paneer Selvam, over to the dais. I call upon IPS Tamil Nadu Past President, Dr. Sabita Madam, over to the dais. I call upon IPS Tamil Nadu Secretary, Dr. Shiva Ilango, over to the dais. I call upon Tamil Nadu IPS State Treasurer, Dr. Sivasailam, over to the dais. I call upon the Tanpsycon Organizing President, Dr. Ananda Krishna Kumar, sir, over to the dais. I call upon the organizing vice chairman, Dr. G. Vishwanathan sir, over to the dais. I call over the organizing secretary, Dr. Sabrin Ross, over to the dais. I call upon the organizing treasurer, Dr. Ravi Kumar, over to the dais. I now invite our President-elect Dr. Malayappan sir to felicitate the event.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it is extremely happy 3 days for the last 3 days with a great academic feast, I would say. Very excellent topics chosen by the organizing committee for the CME program. Apt speakers and apt topics gave the practicing psychiatrists and postgraduates and a way to, they have shown a way in the CME program, how a CME program has to be organized, the punctuality in the conference, the maximum number of free papers accommodated, and that should be given a great applause, I would say. And it's the first time I think so much number of free papers are accommodated for stage presentation in a conference, in a state conference. I should congratulate the organizing President, Professor Ananda Krishna Kumar, organizing Vice President, Dr. Viswanathan, organizing Secretary, Dr. Sabrin, and the entire team. I congratulate them for their teamwork, hard work, committed work, and the excellent venue they have chosen. And this, and I should also appreciate them for this hall, made on a lawn, very beautiful hall, which is not, which is a temporary hall. It is a great work for this conference. The excellent venue, excellent food they have offered, both academic and for our real food. I greatly thank the organizing committee for making this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon the IPS Tamil Nadu President-elect Dr. Paneerselvam sir to give a few words about the event. Okay. I call upon IPS Tamil Nadu Secretary Dr. Sivailangu sir to speak a few words about the event.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I know we are all hungry and time is running up, and as you all know, every beginning has an end. So it's 3 days of a lot of entertainment in terms of academics as well as otherwise. I must say that the organizing committee has did a wonderful job. I just don't want to repeat again and again, but we have to do that because the last 6 months we know how much of meetings they have done, what kind of discussion they have had, and a lot of coordination, delegation, and work has been gone through in organizing this conference, particularly in a place where none of the psychiatrists are from Kodaikanal. So they have traveled all the way and they have done a great job. One small thing that I want to point out, usually these kind of quiz sessions are as a concurrent sessions usually done in other halls where most of them would not have even know what is going on. But today actually, compared to all the other sessions, the quiz was attended by a lot of people. The audience participation was excellent. So we actually came to know that how much we didn't know in terms of psychiatry, theoretical and practical knowledge. So thanks to the organizers for doing a wonderful job. And I must say that Sabrin Ra, Sanjay, Anand Krishna Kumar, and Dr. Vishnuathan, and all the others, Dr. Kumaran sir. So wonderful job, and I think the standards are getting increase every year. So thanks to the organizing team, and for I must say that the participation from the members, TNIPS, as well as the postgraduate students, undergraduate students, phenomenal. Thank you very much. I want you to extend your participation all throughout for further conferences in the future. So thank you once again.
Thanks a lot for your kind words, sir. I now call upon IPS Tamil Nadu State Treasurer, Dr. Sivasailam, to speak a few words about the event.
A warm good afternoon to all of you, respected President, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, senior professors and my dear friends. At the outset, I want to congratulate the organizing team for this excellent conference. It's a grand success. We really enjoyed a lot in terms of academics, in terms of hospitality, food, the venue, the great arrangements. So I would say my thanks to Dr. Sabrin and his entire team, because I know he was working hard for the last 3 months. He was in contact with me frequently. And one thing I want to say is, we are happy to announce that our TNIPS has issued a card to all its members, nearly 600 members. This is the first time in Indian Psychiatric Society history that we are issuing the card. I am very much happy to issue in this conference. And this conference has made a very big trend. I don't know how the other, that is in the next Tanpsycon-2023, what they are going to do. Because they have made a trend set. A really good, we have really enjoyed a lot. And I thank you so much, sir, for organizing President Dr. Anandakrishna Kumar and organizing Vice Chairman Dr. Vishwanath. And my friend Dr. Sabrin and Dr. Ravi Kumar and others. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your boosting words. I now call upon the IPS past president, Dr. Sabita ma'am, over to deliver her speech. Thank you, ma'am.
TNIPS President Dr. Malayappan, Secretary Dr. Sivailango, and then the Treasurer Dr. Sivasailam, and all my colleagues who are here on the dais and off the dais. When it was in 1998, it was the first conference. I was a postgraduate student. I was part of the team. And now the yesteryear students of Madurai have become the organizers, and I have been the part of them as the immediate past president. Really, I take the privilege to announce this. And that too, Ananda Krishna Kumar and GAV, we both were doing postgraduates together in Madurai, and now they have become the organizers. And Sabrin again, okay, right, he is the organizing secretary. So it gives me immense pleasure to participate in this. And as the awards committee chairman, I want to introduce, or I want to say who are the winners, and the participants and the winners can come and collect the awards. And this conference, in 1998, it was very tough because we didn't have such facilities during that time. And now also, they told that it is the hills, right? It is very tough to arrange, but it was excellent, right? That time we had some difficulties, but this time I could see how they have tuned up and they have done this to such an extent that it was both an academic feast as well as the whatever செவிக்கு உணவு இல்லாத பொழுது சிறிது வயிற்றுக்கும் ஈயப்படும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி அவங்க what they have given for the fantastic feast for the stomach also, it's very good. So I am overwhelmed, so or to say extremely happy to be the part of the team. That's why I am there. I told I have some timings, I have to go back, but still I want to be here for the valedictory function. Now for the announcement of the awards. Okay, right. Then we have now the honoring session of
yes, ma'am.
The organizing team as such.
Yes,
organizing chairman, vice chairman, organizing secretary.
Yes, ma'am. It's now time to honor the organizing committee of Tanpsycon-2022. I now call upon the IPS Tamil Nadu President, Dr. Malayappan sir, to honor the organizing president, Dr. Anandakrishna Kumar sir. I now call upon IPS Tamil Nadu President Dr. Paneerselvam sir to honor the organizing Vice Chairman Dr. G. Vishwanathan sir. Thank you, Madam. I now call upon IPS Tamil Nadu State Secretary Dr. Shiva Ilango to honor Tanpsycon Organizing Secretary Dr. Sabrin Ross. The dawn of this conference, Tanpsycon-2022. I now call upon IPS Tamil Nadu State Treasurer Dr. Sivasailam to honor Tanpsycon Organizing Treasurer Dr. Ravi Kumar sir.
Thank you, everyone. Now for the much-awaited session of the day, award ceremony. Dr. Peter Fernandez Award goes to Dr. Shabiba Kailash.
Shabiba Kailash.
Assistant Professor, Chettinad Medical College. We honor her with medal, cash award of rupees 2,000 and a certificate. Dr. Balan Award for the best postgraduate research paper goes to Dr. V.R. Veerasamy, third year postgraduate, Chengalpet Medical College. We award him with gold medal and a certificate.
He is representing our TNIPs to the South Zone, IPSOCON, for this year.
Professor Dr. O. Somasundaram Award for Best Paper Poster Award for Practicing Psychiatrist goes to Dr. Preeti, Joint Secretary, Tanpsycon-2022. Second place goes to Dr. Jagadisan Setu. For the best poster for postgraduates, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, final year postgraduate, Madurai Medical College is the winner. Followed by Dr. The runner-up is Dr. Nivedita, Institute of Mental Health. Now for the UG quiz competition, the UG quiz third place goes to Sri Manakula Vinayaka Medical College, Dr. Yalini and Shahidpriya. The second place goes to Government Mohan Kumaramangalam Medical College, Salem, Suguneshwaran and Dr. Gokul. The winners are Indra Medical College, Tiruvallur, Dr. Nelson and Dr. Sharon. We request the participants of the UG quiz to also collect their certificates. Dr. Brinda and Dr. Kar Muhilan of Karpaga Vinayaka Medical Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Pradanya and Dr. Hannah from Meenakshi Medical College. Dr. Haripriya and Dr. Abhinaya from PSG Institute of Medical Science. Now, for the PG quiz winners, the runner-up is Dr. Kalaiselvi, Salem. The winner is Dr. Shamini from Tirunelveli Medical College. We request the participants of PG quiz to collect their certificates also. Dr. Mohammed Al from Tirunelveli Medical College. Dr. Sri Kritika. Dr. Srini Prakash. Dr. Saraswati. The winners and runners of the UG quiz will represent Tamil Nadu in Tanpsycon quiz for undergraduates.
Thank you. We now call upon a couple of delegates from the floor to say a few words about the conference.
Good afternoon, respected teachers, colleagues, and my friends. As an participant, I would want to say that it was a complete all-round fiesta and a party for us. Be it the academic entertainment in the form of UG, PG quiz and awards, and the food and the venue per se, and the whole organization. I really thank the organizing team, president, and the whole Tamil Nadu team. One thing I would want to say, beyond the hard work, when a person actually comes to the organizing place, one thing which I was able to find about the entire organizing team was they were very friendly, smiling to the participants, and they accommodated everybody, even the last minute requests, so that they were checking on when you can present the paper. Would you be able to stay till Sunday and all those things? So I really thank them for accommodating us and helping us to have a very good time here. And I also want to thank all the organizing teams, secretaries and presidents who have carried on this Tanpsycon conference and association from the beginning to the state position in which it is there today, so that our generation is also able to get the fruits of it. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I now call upon Dr.
So good afternoon. I think I'm closely connected with this Madurai branch because my colleague and my juniors were from Madurai. And when this discussion came up and where to conduct this Tanpsycon, they said it's in Madurai. So I was telling Kumaran sir, நீங்க மதுரையில் வச்சா நாங்கள் யாரும் வரமாட்டோம், இப்போ தான் இப்சகான் முடிஞ்சது, we want it in Kodai. And I think Sabrin graciously accepted and he made it happen here. And I think I used to talk to him once in a while, and அப்பையிலேருந்து இப்போ வரையே like I have conducted one and I had this anxiety, எப்படி பண்ண போகிறோமோ என்ன ஆகுமோ அப்படின்னு. With all the financial construction with constraints with this NMC rules, is still cool. ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு anxiety கூட ஒரு மூஞ்சில இல்லை. So the man behind the show, Sabrin, and many other people who were involved, like organizing president, vice chairman. I was shocked literally. And when I was in the free paper, I was seeing both of them there. They were actively involved in every area. Enga pathalum the president, vice chairman, I was really happy to see such people involved actively. And the other people like Dr. Preeti, Dr. Bahashri, quiz teams, UG and PG, excellent job. And finally the MC, அவங்க என்ன அப்பே கேட்டாங்க என்ன எல்லாரும் எழுதுறீங்க என் பேரை விட்டுட்டீங்க அப்படின்னு. You guys did a great job, ever smiling. And from the top to the bottom or vice versa, everyone was so cool, headed, friendly and affectionate. Actually, he also stated that எப்போ எது கேட்டாலும் உடனே ஒரு ஸ்மைலோட ஒரு ஆன்சர் வந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு. And food அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கிட்டா it was really good. With all the constraints in the climate and everything, it was done exemplary. And I would like to thank the whole team. With all the issues, it was really organized very, very well. So thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon the Tanpsycon Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sabrin Ross.
Before delivering the vote of thanks, I request all the delegates to stand up and give a great applause to the organizing team, because it's a very great moment. Thank you, sir.
I call upon Dr. Sabrin, sir, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, my dear friends and respected dignity on stage and off stage. We are very much behind schedule, but I hope everybody is not bored and things like that. So things have to come to an end, and the 6 months plus journey is probably ending today here, and will continue. So I got to thank everybody here. Probably start with our IPS President N.N. Raju sir. He is not here. He had another meeting to attend, and he accepted immediately, and he made a lot of efforts to make sure he comes here before we go into the next one. So thank you, sir. Then I would thank IPS Tamil Nadu team. Many of them are friends and seniors, and they're very, very helpful. They guided us and made sure everything went on smoothly. So thank you, sirs. And then I'll talk about our patrons who graciously accepted and came here and supported us from that too. So thank you, sirs. See, the organizing committee, a lot of us, probably if I start telling the names, it will take too much time. So all of us work together, and I'm probably the face behind it. And it's a great job. Each person did their work and made sure everything was smooth and great. So thank you, everybody. And then I'll move on to the other persons like faculty, chairpersons. Like when we needed chairpersons, everybody put up their hands and said, don't worry, we are there, we'll do it for you. Then there was delegates who came here, attended the whole thing. Then UG quiz, PG quiz, and the MC team here did a great job. So I'll thank them all. And then I'll just move on to the next set of people who are here. I'll start with probably the hotel who has been helping us. And I request one person on the hotel staff to come on stage to collect a small certificate as a small thanks that you want to do. And a small part that we thought as an organizing team will do for the environment. So we are planning to donate something from our conference based on the number of people whom we are giving these certificates to make the world a better place. So, hotel team, please. Then the fabrication team, Mr. Stanley, Mr. Sendil, I mean, they are amazing. From nothing, this place is to this level, you are appreciating it's their hard work. They are working till 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock the night, and they start again the next day morning. Great job. Thank you, sir. Then the audio visual, great, again a great team. So once they were taken over, our responsibility was not there. They did everything perfectly. And to support them was this internet VSAT. He's not here, but those who are seeing this online probably should understand. They should understand that they are able to get this streaming because of VSAT. So thank you. Then there is the photographers, probably helping us. Remember this videograph photographers, so they can come on stage, please. The memories is because of them. Videograph photographers. I think the 3 of you here, please. Around 22 companies helped us out. So to make it, I don't want to miss anybody, so I'll request them all to come on stage. And our heartfelt thanks to our friends here. Please, former friends on stage, please. வாங்க வாங்க கம் கம். ஓ ஒன்றுண்ணா. And the entertainment was amazing, a great choice, and again one of our former friends to make this happen. So thank you. The team is not there, again thank you once. And if I have missed out anybody, it's just a pressure of time and probably a bit of anxiety that we are missing out, so thank you. And the media for making this event to come on and reach many other persons. Thank you. Thank you. Ravi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So thanks a lot for patiently waiting for this, and with this we close this program. Can you all stand up for the national anthem, please?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा दब शुभ नामे जाहे दब शुभ आशीष माहे जागे दब जय गादा जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you.